There's no way I took exactly those 4 minutes. Put those damn clothes in the laundry. Close this shit. Okay, we'll love them both. Exit. Chrome. Try to give me some frames back. Oh shit. Need this for a second. By the time I dusted, like a little over a month the last time I did. Okay. Gotta check and make sure the audio is all level. Alright, the frame's pretty good. It's not dropping any lower than the frame or two. I gotta invest into a camera next month. Webcam is decent, but nah. I need me to be as crisp and smooth as my gameplay. It's just inconsistent to me. Besides, I was gonna get one anyway because I plan on making certain videos that will require me to have a good camera. Yeah, this shit good. Audio's pretty low. On YouTube, let me check the Twitch stream. Seems pretty fine over here. That'll be my 7th and last bottle of the day. The same number of chaos emeralds that is required. See what I did with that? Yes, sir. Alright. Got one viewer in the Twitch stream. And also, gotta give a thanks to Gamer Kid 1237905 for following last stream. I noticed it, but I didn't give too much attention to it, unfortunately. I didn't give any attention to it on the stream, like I didn't say anything. But thanks for the follow. For tonight's stream, as the YouTube description says, I will be getting into Shadows levels again. We'll be playing those alongside his bosses. Turn down my TV to 15 so it's not picking up both parts of audio for the game as much, let's say that. Okay, so White Acropolis. Which Shadows levels to get the S rank? I mean, because most of those is focused on basically killing rooms of enemies for the most part, I can easily get the S ranks based off that. I don't think I really need to worry about time bonus like that. Well, obviously I would, but just making sure that everything sounds right, everything is good. Didn't know how it's flowing and whatnot. But let's go ahead and get to it. I'm at a position to charge it now. I'm going to hop back on Discord, but I'm gonna silence some niggas on there. Shit. I have returned. I'll leave Discord for now. I want my commentary to be focused on the game. Nah, I And besides, when I'm talking to them and I don't have the sound being captured, I don't, the type of conversation we be having be funny all the damn time. So it's like I don't want nothing to be missed out of context. That would defeat the purpose of even being on Discord sometimes if I'm going to be streaming. Okay, White Acropolis. Gotta rescue Rouge. At least that's what the plot said, of course. The only reason I went that way is I'm used to doing it. Yeah, Shadow's home attack is weird. He doesn't bounce off like Sonic. See? And the fact that they drop like a rock. That's what kills it. Oh my god, that's crazy. I don't need it, but it's always satisfying to get an extra life when you can. And because he has so much range, you gotta be careful where you place yourself. Hot. You know what? I'm gonna do it. Oh wait, hold on. I don't need to do it, but it's like it's this thing above me with rainbow rings in this game. If I can get to it, I need to get to it. You can say how many points you can get a shadow. Yeah. No! Oh, I'm gonna get it. You son of a bitch. Oh, that's wild. I think I hacked to. Wow. Nah. I stopped just short of it. I'm really just fooling around for the most part. And it's right there too. You would have gotten it. And see, like that, when an object that's not an enemy, he'll stop short on it. Because the hitbox for that switch is slightly bigger than what it actually is. I was not paying attention. I was looking at the damn. How do you do the fucking? You can do the chaos blast in this, but I forgot how you're supposed to do it. I saw a Ruby of Blue do it, but that's the closest thing I can think of, and that's just the charged Chaos Spear. That's what I was thinking of. I was going to do it stationary. But for some reason in my mind I'm thinking, oh, he could do it while he's moving. He can do it 3 times while he's moving when you can't. Okay, Rouge, escaping on your own. I expect no less from you. this is Rouge, you can actually throw her bombs in midair, unlike Tails. I don't. I mean, in a better way. Like, you have different choices. Throw out a string of bombs, and then you just throw out one. With Tails, because he flies instead of glides, you have to work around with his goddamn momentum. That's probably the best one-up rendition of the one-up thing in the whole series. An order from the president. I'm just trying to listen to his dialogue. The man Koji used it. I think that shit. Alright, never mind. Because even if you're not in it, they can actually damage it. I should replay the town missions as well, but I do that after I play the main missions. Can he even get on it? I forget. Well, first off, let's destroy this. Oh. Got it. One travesty about this game and its design is that they don't give you a checklist or anything to tally up, which you do if they ever give you an objective like this. Oh, I had to destroy 5 searchlights. Well, sometimes you could always give me something to make sure I'm doing what I need to be doing. Even though they're all in the same area. Because the camera's not the best, it would help if you gave me some assistance with the tally. Konpekida. Pretty much in every game, their rank quotes are the same. For the levels, for bosses, they're usually different. Although in this game you have no unique boss quotes at all, and that's a travesty. Although any dialogue that you get in bosses is during the intro to the boss and the outro to the boss, the little cutscenes that play. But from the actual player characters, you only get it when in the character in the versus character battles and the I actually don't even have to do anything right here, but I'm going to just swap point six. What was I saying? Oh yeah. Technically Shadow crashes into this bit. What was I saying? Oh yeah. The only time the player characters have any unique dialogue in a boss during those boss intros and outros is during the versus character battles and the Solaris fight. That's the only time. Well, there's an interlude cutscene for Solaris, and that's the only one that they talk. Ouch. Hey. Rouge. And this is where a checklist would come in. At least a checklist, let alone a radar. And I did this shit by complete accident when I first completed it. But the problem is this shit right here. There's no special way to get off the damn wall. Besides that. Just drop. And honestly, stopping beforehand doesn't always work. Now, funnily enough, it's mainly Rouge that I ever have the problem with. Some people may have it consistently with both Knuckles and Rouge, but me is primarily just Rouge. Knuckles, he'll get stuck there for like a second and then jump off. Rouge just stays there. Thankfully, in her version of Tropical Jungle, it's not much of a hassle because because when you do climb, you have something to climb over, so you're not just sitting there bumming around trying to get off. All right. I'll make it. It's not that far away. Better to start dropping. I find it interesting how Rouge stops like that. It's just a little, like she actually halts and then flips over. The other characters just turn automatically. At least Sonic, Shadow, and Silver. I actually was going for that key that was in that tower, but I let it slip my mind because I was worried about getting out that fucking wall. Okay, I wasn't sure if that was close enough. Yosh. I think it only crossed my mind to do this because I knew I could do it to the ice walls in White Acropolis. That's the only reason that came to my mind when I initially played this level, because I didn't watch any guide. And I started playing the game just a few months before Clement did his 6-part review on it, or 7-part review on it. I'm tweaking. Go back. and that was the second time. Like, he was the only other person I like knew of that knew that that shit was fucking stupid. So I had to do that shit on my own, and thankfully I'm a smart enough person to deduce that, or at least have like that intuition, like, oh, I was able to do it here, I'll probably be able to do it here as well. And as a matter of fact, I think what helped with that, knowing that I could fucking break the glass, was that that I played through Sonic's episode fully before I did Shadow's episode. Because I knew that that glass could break. That specific glass. The other glass windows can't. That's the only reason I knew that. I'm just racking these points where I can. You got a lot with Rouge, because how many enemies happen to be here. Just wish we could kick. Or fucking do the rolling attack as Tails, or do his... like, both characters have an assortment of moves that they could use. But they limited to one type. And only 2 variations of the attack. Well, 3. Jumping and doing the stream. Jumping and doing one at a time. And staying on the ground. And going in first person mode. Or just not holding it. And then... Not as varied as it should be. Alright, let's get moving. Alright, this one doesn't have it. And this right here, just hold up. Just hold up. That was the strategy I had to work out. If I was gonna do this whole section on the watercraft, you're gonna have to hold up the entire time. There's literally no other way. It's not safe. But I don't feel like going through that. So I'm going to do it the way I normally do. And that's on foot. Hey. Hi. No, I can't actually. I would have to do it. Oh, fuck. Yeah. I remembered I could have. Turn, up, up. Oh, shit. That actually scared me. Hold up. I think. No, I don't. Yeah. Yeah, I'm safe. There's not another one. Hold on. I'm trying to get used to the fucking cameras again. To the camera again. There's not another one. Yeah, I'm safe. Yosh. Usually I don't even go in this tunnel. I just because the platform, because like where we're about to go to, is actually low enough to the water that you don't have to go through that tunnel. Ouch! I knew it was gonna happen. But, you know. I just said fuck it. Okay. Time for some more shadow platforming. Okay. Time for some more shadow platforming. Load. Oh man, it's really taking me back. We should be even closer to the running point from here. I love Koji Yusa. He does such a fucking great job as Shadow. So much so that he is the de facto voice of Shadow the Hedgehog. Yeah. No. And the reason I brought that up is because Shadow's my second favorite character, right after Sonic. And all of the character's personality can't be conveyed without Koji Yusa as his VA. It just cannot happen. Because he's been voicing him ever since his debut. Yokai shita. Seiseki o kaisuru. Like, I just can't. Oh my god. That's the fastest you can run in Shadow. Or skate, rather, with his air shoes. What the hell? Is it open? Okay. My third favorite character, well, all the other spots I have for characters are a tie, or at least all of the rest of them that make up my top 5. Tails and Blaze. Hold on, wait a minute. Whoa, I'm out of order. Sonic, definitive number 1. Shadow, definitive number 2. Oh shit. Dr. Eggman and Knuckles are tied for 3rd. Tails and Blaze are tied for 4th. And Rouge and Amy are tied for 5th. I like pretty much every Sonic character, you know, but of course, you know, you have your favorites. You know, the characters you actually like to see the most and play the most at that. Oh my god. At least, unlike Sonic, you could save yourself by constantly doing the Chaos Spear. I was about to say Chaos Spear. Too used to him saying it, so I end up saying it the same way. I don't know, I didn't actually. This is the longest I've taken in the level. Well, I don't think it's the longest I've taken the level, but I certainly, if I hadn't lost my rings, that would have been fun. But we're gonna have to do it again. We need an S rank. That's how this rolls. Even though we didn't do it in Crisis City last stream, we can do it here in his Kingdom Valley. It's nowhere near as difficult as doing Sonic's Crisis City with an S rank. That shit is by pure luck. That's the that's just by pure luck, because you can't use your gems in that, because if you could, that would be no threat to you. If I could use the red gem in that section, it would be no threat. It's funny because I took so damn long with Rouge, because I could have had more of a time bonus had I not did that. But then again, time bonus in this level doesn't matter, I just needed those damn rings. At least 100 of them. And that would have saved me. Well, actually, no. Probably like 80 to 100. And that would have been fun. Now it doesn't look like Shadow Crash. Because of my position. I actually love all the characters even more since I've rewatched all the cutscenes in Japanese with Wendy's subtitles, let alone just and Sonic X as well. All the Sonic characters that were featured in Sonic X, which is the main cast alongside of the main secondary cast. And the main secondary cast, of course, is Shadow, Rouge, Creed, and Cheese, and the Chaotix. Can I say that the Chaotix are secondary? They're more tertiary, actually. Yeah, they're more tertiary now that I really think about it. Because I think I went over this last stream, but yeah, the primary characters are, of course, Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, Amy, and Dr. Eggman. Secondary is obviously Shadow, Rouge, Cream and Cheese, Blaze and Silver, and then that was on my brain. Hold on. Yeah, that's it for the secondary characters. Well, I would say, even though he's a part of Team Dark, and that's like a big thing, he's more of a tertiary character, and that's Omega. So Omega, Big the Cat, well, actually, Big got demoted like heavily to fucking, I don't even know what the word is for fourth, because it's what comes after tertiary. I don't know what that word is, but nevertheless, he's fourth. Let's just say fourth tier. Like Big got demoted to fourth tier, like D-list Sonic character, to where he only just makes appearances, and he either makes cameos or he makes appearances in the spin-offs, like playable in the other games. Like in Adventure 2 in the Dreamcast version, he was just multiplayer. Heroes, he had a prominent role, but that was it. Adventure 1 obviously had a prominent role because he's one of the main gameplay styles, and that was his debut game. But any other time that he's featured, it's typically as a racer in the All-Stars series or a cameo character. Which the only two games he actually made cameo, he did the cameo thing. It was Sonic Adventure 2 and Sonic and the Secret Rings. No, that's not close enough. My depth perception's off because of where the camera's placed. I lost my train of thought. What's wrong with me? But yeah, all the tertiary characters would definitely be Omega, Big, no, I'm tweeting. Omega, the Chaotix, and I'm drawing a blank. I would actually say Silver is more tertiary himself because after 06, he really only makes. He only has a prominent role in the Rivals games, and then of course he's an instant pick for a lot of supplementary material, like the comics and stuff like that. And then you got uh, the spin-off games, you know, like Riders, Zero Gravity. He was a racer, and of course, he's a racer in Team Sonic Racing. So yeah, he got demoted to tertiary. He would have been. They clearly wanted him to be secondary alongside of Shadow Rouge and Cream and Blaze. And I say Blaze would be secondary because her prominent role in not only in her original game Rush, but also in Rush Adventure, this game, and if you add in the supplementary material, she makes tons of appearances there and in the supplementary material alongside of being like one of the main characters in a lot of the plots. Like even in the IDW comics, she has a prominent role like from the start. So and Cream and Cheese. Well, probably now they got demoted to tertiary, but before they definitely were secondary characters as they made appearances. They made many appearances since their debut, and in advance too. Prominent role in Heroes as one of the main team members of Team Rose. Back up. Sometimes I just never know. I just never know how close I really am. No, them shits just fall by themselves. Okay. Damn it, so damn trash. Give me my extra life. How many points you get from that? 100? Okay. I think in hard mode they actually put some spikes at the end of this. I have no idea what that attack does. If that even is an attack, I would think it is. Where it does like that red wave to the side of itself. I don't know what that does. Alright, Mr. Eagle, take me to where I need to go. I should have finished that instantly. I should not have left room for someone to misinterpret that and laugh at my own expense. I would tell you that the reason I love each character and I have them in their places. Well, let's just say like why I have the top 5 in the top 5 in my top 5. We'll start with 5 and then we'll go all the way up. Rouge and Amy. What's up with Rouge? One of the main things I love about Rouge as a character is this like how unique she can play a role in a plot and how well she can serve as a how should I say, like a plot device in and of herself. Like because she's a thief and she also works for the government, one of the government agencies of the Sonic world, the primary one, and that would be GUN, aka Gun. And the president, she's particularly employed by the president, but she works with Gun from time to time. because at like from Shadow the Hedgehog onward, Gun has been associated with the president of the United Federation. That is the U.S. of the Sonic world, basically. Located in Central City. That's where the White House would be in the Sonic world. It's located in Central City, as opposed to, say, Washington, D.C. And yeah, basically to that point, it's like if you look at Adventure 2, Heroes, and Battle, and this game too, like anything, like the way that she's usually set up in the plot is that she's usually getting some information on whatever new thing that Eggman is doing. Typically, like whatever Eggman is doing is typically her MO. Like she gets involved with that either because, say, in Heroes, she wasn't even on a mission for the president in that game. It was just she caught wind of how, I don't know. Now I can speculate, and Heroes has an underrated story. It's very good, but most of it is conveyed in the in-game dialogue. But that's a whole different tangent. Basically, just to sum up. Oh my fuck no! I pressed A. We're gonna. It's Crisis City. No, it is Crisis City all over again. God, no. Oh man, it's a repeat of yesterday. We really gonna be doing this? Oh fuck! This is gonna be the third time. Oh, and the worst part is I got hit and I had a good amount of rings and we were basically at the end of the level. Oh man. It truly is a curse to talk and play a game at the same time for the sake of other people's enjoyment. Yeah, okay, to continue with what I was saying, Rouge as a character always gives a perfect setup for a plot, and as she is a treasure hunter and a freelance spy for the government, for one of the governments in the Sonic world, it is it's always nice to like figure out details of the plot thanks to her. Like she serves that purpose like very well. I like that because she's trying to investigate what's going on in the story, and watching it unfold with her is very nice. Especially seeing as though her as a character, she only does that for a reward, and that reward is always jewelry because she's a jewel thief. That's her favorite thing in the world, jewels. Now, of course, there's some other things that interest her, like, say, her friendship with Shadow, her bit of a, her love interest in Knuckles, and then, of course, they don't play it up as strong, but it's more subtle the way they play it up. It's not like with Sonic and Amy where you have those moments where it's like, yeah, Sonic definitely cares for her, and that's something that I love about Amy, and that's her, that's the purpose that she serves as a character, and that's to show off how, Sonic is not like Sonic was supposed to, be the subversion of what a lot of platforming mascots were, how they were as characters, how like Sonic is more plot driven, more character driven. You know, it really wants you to have, like, the creators of the series really want you to have an enjoyable experience, not just have fun with the game. And they go all out with, you know, defining all of their characters, giving them pathos and stuff like that. Give them motivations, unique quirks to where you can easily identify with them. Like, yeah, that's Sonic. Like, I expect that from him. Or, yeah, that's Amy. I expect that from her. You know, and they build these great stories. Many of the stories are great, particularly prior to, you know, the real Dark Age, which I described in my last stream, which would be these past 10 years, with the exception of one game, and that being Generations. But again, that's different from the top of your hand. But just know that pretty much every story in the series, with the exception of this game and Shadow the Hedgehog, were always on point. Although the characterization in this game is still on point, it's just that the plot is lacking in many areas, mainly in detail. But yeah, like, Sonic is supposed to be the subversion of, you know, the typical platformer, especially character action platformer. And it pays, like, the series pays more attention to detail to story and character and stuff like that, even to its presentation in music and the visuals and stuff like that. Ouch. And the lore, especially, you know. And one of those important things is that illustrating what type of character Sonic is, and that's a character he's interested in being as free as he possibly can, you know, and that even includes not being, you know, tied down into a relationship. You know, he has to devote at least a good amount of his life to someone else, and he would much rather spend most of that time on adventures, doing what he loves, living as free as he possibly can. You know, so the idea of marriage, you know, I have to settle. You know, I would really have to settle down, and, you know, I have to be more I had to take responsibility for other people around me. You know, and he would do that because he's a hero. Like, he'll save someone's life or help them out with something, but to devote, like, his entire time to it, that is restrictive, and that goes against Sonic's nature. Even if he does, you know, and this goes to my favorite episode of Sonic X, is that he does have love for Amy. It definitely shows it in many cases. It's just a matter of, you know, something like marriage is like, that's very heavy. Like, there are heavy implications with that. Like I said, like, you had to devote most of your energy to someone else. It's not like a one and done thing. Like, you have to be there all the time. You can't just go off on He can't just go off on adventures when he wants to, like that. He has other people to consider. So why be restricted like that if that's not how you want to live? And he's free to do that. But Amy wants Sonic bad. And that's because she admires him because he's a hero. You know, that's what attracts her to him. And his, you know, his whole thing about freedom, like, that attracts her as well. And in Sonic CD, the way the story is that Amy knew of Sonic, because, you know, after Sonic 2, he was he became a world-renowned hero by that point, and that even got further cemented in Sonic after Sonic 3 and Knuckles, especially. I'm slightly losing myself in the conversation only because I'm focused on the game. Um, so yeah, basically, Amy hears about him and through because she's into tarot cards and stuff like that. That's why whenever in the stories where you ever hear be like, I sense that Sonic is here, like that's like a legitimate thing because she's into that type of stuff, sensing people's presence, being able to read them. That's why Amy is like that's another reason why I love Amy, is that she's able to read people. Like, it was her that brought Shadow back to his senses. It was and without Amy, like, she would, like, in Adventure 2, they probably would have died because Shadow gave Sonic a nut. I mean, Sonic probably could have gave the Bio Lizard a good fight while Knuckles right up to the Emerald Shrine, but who knows? But I'm just saying, like, even then, I don't know if Sonic could have did the Chaos Control by him, like a strong enough Chaos Control by himself during the fight with the Bio Lizard. No, based on what I'm saying is, like, I don't believe that, Adventure 2 would have ended well for the heroes if they had, it wasn't for Amy getting Shadow, out of that, reawakening Shadow, allowing him to redeem himself by saying those wise words, which triggered his true memories of Maria that were repressed by Gerald. And she's as earnest and headstrong as Sonic, which is another thing I love about her. Something that definitely Sonic had an influence on if she didn't already have it in herself. But I think because of her admiration of Sonic, she took on the good qualities of him. And I find that females tend to do that when they're in love with someone. They tend to take on the qualities of that person that they're in love with. And I have seen that in real life, and Amy definitely has done that. Hell, she even made a remark in this game that when a girl's in love, the whole world basically opens up for her. And you can see it in Elise as well. Like, she starts to change, like, thanks to Sonic's influence, and they weren't even around each other that long. And you got love in, like, Adventure 1, and mind you, canonically, that was only Amy's, that's like the second time we see Amy during the story of, like, the overall story of, the series. And she already decides, nah, I can't, be allowing myself to, I don't want to worry Sonic with any of my troubles, I got to be able to do things on my own. And she does that, like, throughout the entire game. But she makes sure that to say to herself, yeah, this is where I'm going to make sure I'm able to do things on my own. I don't want to be a burden to anyone. That's why in every game afterwards, she's very proactive. And not only that, to add to the thing of, much like Sonic, she has a strong influence on people. In addition to knocking Shadow back into his set. You fucking asshole, bro. I didn't know they could jump at you. Ah, dang it. All those fucking rings. Oh my god, bro. Yeah, Amy also is a big encouragement for Big and Cream. Because Cream and Big, they're not like tough. They're not they're typically not brave on their own. They need encouragement. And I didn't get that shit. God dang it. I gotta find out where. I haven't practiced saying that yet, so I'm not even gonna try. I can say most of his other lines, just not that one. I gotta get the when he has the transcript on like the that Sonic Heroes video where it's the idol and rank quotes. So I gotta look at that because, like I said, their rank quotes are the same in pretty much every game. And when Shadow, like, you get the second best rank, whether it be B or A, Shadow says what he just said, and I know what it would translate to. I just don't know how to say it myself. That's all. But I gotta make sure I did. The only reason I fucked up there is because I got hit by that chaser. I did not know that they could jump out at you. That's actually phony. Um, Hell, Amy's like blunt, like bluntly honest. That's another thing I like about her. What was the line that she? Matter of fact, the line that she says to what is it? What she says to Cream and Big, like just before you start Hang Castle and Sonic Heroes. She basically she tells them, "What are you guys scared of? We're doing this to find Chocola and Froggy, right? Well, then show some guts." Oh, well, she says, "You got to show some guts." That's basically what she says. And then, of course, she's very confident in her ability to not only find Sonic, but stop Dr. Eggman. Because, you know, that's the main obstacle in her way. And she's pretty smart, you know. You know, because Sonic Heroes like that's like the biggest goose chase in fictional history, probably. And Amy figured, well, if we're gonna find Sonic at the very least, we're more than likely gonna have to chase after Eggman ourselves. So, which was smart. Wherever Eggman goes, basically Sonic will be, because you know the hero has to stop the villain, and he can't let Eggman do as he pleases. I should have killed him, but nah, we're gonna kill him. I was gonna leave him alone, but nah, fuck that. It must be done. The only thing that fucks with my S rank is the fact that I get hit by either one of those chases or the walker. Another thing I like about Amy is that she just does not give up. She will reach her goal. To make Sonic her husband. Like she's going, it'll happen. One day. She'll get him. It's only a matter of time. And like I said in my favorite episode of Sonic X, she did get close enough. She essentially She somewhat managed to get her dream to become a reality, even slightly. But I'm not going. I'm not going to spoil that. Now that you gotta watch. You gotta watch that Sonic X in Japanese. Of course, subtitled if you don't know Japanese. Obviously, that should go without saying. Like you should just know that whenever you're watching a foreign show, if you have accurate subtitles for you, then go ahead and fucking watch the subtitle version. Japanese, whatever language you speak, subtitle version. If you watch dub, you're trash. And I mean that. I'm not just saying that flippantly. You know, I mean that. You are trash. Alright, nah, that was flippant. I don't actually mean that. You know, you're not trash. You're just weird. You really just be sitting there like watching dubbed anime or dubbed anything that's foreign. I just don't understand it. I never did, honestly. Well, no, I do understand it. Let's say that, because I used to be on that shit too, but I didn't know any better. That's the thing. When I did know any better, then I stopped being an ignorant fool. But everybody else I know, they stubborn with it. They be on that dub anime shit. Like I break it down like objectively with logic. I don't just be sitting there just trashing on dub for no apparent reason. Like I actually give motherfuckers a reason. Is the original version is intended to listen to the characters in that language, and not to mention, if you have accurate English subtitles on you, because usually they're almost always accurate whenever it's whenever there's an official release of it by whoever the dub, like whoever distributes the show and say America, like whoever distributes it, like Funimation does the distribution of home releases in America, so they go out of their way to sub the Japanese version. You know. For obviously the market that of the fandom that wants to hear the original, which is actually more people now ever since Super, which that's the great thing about Super, is that it people were forced to watch the show in Japanese because the dub took 3 years. Yeah, 3 years to get produced. Was it? No, not 3. No, 2. It took 2. It was 2017 when they actually started dubbing us this Super in English. Yeah, it's not like people don't have accurate English subtitles at their disposal to watch a lot of shows. But Japanese is the main one that people try to get on about people watching, and like what's the best way to We're coming back later. We'll come back later. We'll come back later, bro. Clearly I cannot play this level right now while talking. God dang it. Let's do this. The saving grace about Shadow and Silver's Crisis Eddy is that they don't have to do a super speed stage. That's literally the only reason I even like playing this level. And it's only as these two. Well, Shadow more so because he's not as slow as Silver, because I can at least do his homing attack, which has a lot of range. But yeah, those are many reasons why I love Amy. She's headstrong, noble herself, confident, does not give up on her goal, always willing to help someone. She's straightforward. Straightforward and honest. you know. And is a great friend to everybody and sees the best in people, just like Sonic. And tries to reason with them when it seems like they're not themselves. You know, I love that stuff. And Rouge, another thing I like about Rouge besides like how like she serves a plot, how well she serves a plot whenever she's included. Just the fact that she's not just a sneaky thief. Like she actually cherishes a friendship with Shadow, and she actually really does take a liking to Knuckles as well. Like the moment where Knuckles is like in Adventure 2 after that fight, he apologizes for being so rough with her, and then after he leaves and she's by herself, she says to herself, "Well, it looks like I better get going." And then she looks back with a smile. And then in Heroes, there's this line that she has. It's in-game dialogue. She remarks, "Knuckles sure hasn't changed a bit." She didn't even think about Sonic and Tails, just straight to Knuckles, you know. And then she's playful with him because at the end of well, if you just play the Dark Story scenario, the Team Dark scenario, at the end of it, she's like, well, now that we're done with that, I guess I'll go and try and steal that echidna's Master Emerald. Oh my fuck. This level, man. God dang it. Because I knew they were there, but you have no reliable way you have no good way to switch rails. And because Shadow stops short, I'm always scared to fucking homing attack for him. Oh man, these parts are actually more treacherous to Shadow because of how his homing attack works. Yeah, like that aspect of Rouge, like she just has this playful relationship with Knuckles. Like she definitely has a liking for him, and that's another thing in Sonic X. They actually touch on that even more so, because she hangs around him quite a bit in the time that when they return back home. Matter of fact, she actually takes a trip over to Angel Island in one of the final shots of the final episode. So that's another thing I like about her, is her connection with Knuckles. I hate being suspended over that because I can't tell you how many times I've died to that by getting hit by an invisible fucking wall that shouldn't even be there. So I didn't even make the attempt to homing attack that enemy. Fuck that. No sir. Fuck, I look like... I already died once. I just sacrificed it because you don't really start accumulating points until you got to the section. God dang it. If only I could jump into enemies. What the fuck? Oh my Jesus. Yeah, that's another thing I like about Rouge. Like how she, like those are the things I really like about Rouge. The the way that she's a great tool for like a plot setup, let alone the for a plot for like plot progression. And um and also her relationship with her friendship with Shadow, and even Omega, but more so Shadow, and um her playful romantic relationship with Knuckles. Her subtle, playful, romantic relationship with Knuckles. It adds a lot to her character, because she, again, like it makes her not just a sneaky thief. Can't you boost with the? I think so. Yeah, I think that's how you expected to make it past that, but four. I haven't played this section in a while. This is exactly what I'm playing right now, so I'm prepared for when I do the Let's Play. But now that I covered Amy and Rouge and why I like them so much, besides that, I love their designs. Their character designs are good. Amy, classic Amy, and modern Amy. And of course, Rouge, her design period. I really love her hero's design, but her original design that she has in this game as well, fucking amazing. And of course their voice actresses, they give a lot to who they are as characters. Like I said, the VAs just add a lot more to what the characters already are. Like you just look at the characters on paper and how they are. That's one thing, but actually seeing them in action and even hearing them speak adds a lot to their character. That's the great thing about voice acting. That's why I will never understand the people that actually never who are never into Sonic having a voice, period. I've just never understood that. Now, it's not like a character can't, you can't identify a character who can't speak. I mean, Tom and Jerry are probably the best examples of that. Hell, even the Roadrunner and the Coyote, even though the Coyote technically has a voice actor, he does speak. But that's only when the only time he ever spoke or speaks is when he was in opposition to Bugs Bunny, as opposed to the Roadrunner, and that's because Bugs is a completely different character. He demands I would say he demands a speaking antagonist. So but anyway, let's move on to the fourth spot, and that's occupied by Tails and Blaze. I'll start with Blaze. One of the many reasons why I love Blaze so much of almost every other character, as I pointed out with Rouge and Amy, is her character design. It's fucking amazing. Yuji Uekawa is one hell of a artist. I know her final design was by Uekawa. I don't know about the original drafts being solely Uekawa. I need to check all of the sources I've had over the years, including the recent art book that came out for the 25th anniversary, which I have. It's in the other room. I need to look at it. I haven't looked at it since I got it. And I've only had it for maybe the beginning of this year. I wanted it back in 2016, but I had procrastinated trying to get it. Yosh. There's nothing more satisfying when you're playing. Oh, fucking Adventure 2, man. Yosh. Yosh. Koji Yusa, man. Kanpeki da. Was on. Oh, yeah. Blaze is a character. This is what I love about the Sonic series and the Sonic, the creators of the series. Like, when they make characters, and not just like and they don't just half-ass their characters. Like, they really do think about them as individuals. Like, every character is unique. They may take from archetypes, as every character, should. There's nothing wrong with being derivative, but it can be. Everything has an influence. Something takes from something else. It takes inspiration from something else. But no matter what, it still ends up being unique, and that's one of the main reasons why I love Shadow the Hedgehog as a character so much, because of all the deeper parts that not only his character but his existence in the lore of Sonic. But we'll get to that. Blaze, when we first get debuted with her, when we start to unravel her character throughout her scenario particularly, and even when you're going in blind with her, with who she is as a character, as a person, when you're just going through the Sonic scenario, like, initially when you're going through the Blaze scenario, it's like, she seems to be a loner, kind of like Sonic and Knuckles. Sonic for the most part, but really more like Knuckles. And this is something I like even back when I first played the game. Is like, because she's from an alternate dimension, and that's the Soul dimension. At least how that was originally presented. Azuka, there was an interview with Azuka where, no, he confirmed that the Soul dimension is still canon. Like, don't even worry about 06 like that. That's not her origin. But in the past 10 years, Azuka's been iffy on like details of the lore and stuff like that, But that's something I'll get into along with in my series of videos. I'm going to be discussing Azuka's role in the whole series and the stuff with the lords, and whatnot that he be talking about. But yeah, she's from a different dimension. But as we start to unravel the story, it turns out it's a parallel dimension. It's actually very similar to Sonic, to Sonic's dimension. She has her own Eggman. She has her own version of the Chaos Emeralds, being the Soul Emeralds. And she seems to have the same role as Knuckles does, and that's protecting the Soul Emeralds. Although him is particularly the Master Emerald, but he also protects the Chaos Emeralds when he can. Because the Chaos Emeralds were originally on Angel Island, but his main duty is to protect the Master Emerald, because if something happens to that, then everything is pretty much irrelevant, because the Master Emerald can stop the Chaos Emeralds whenever. So as long as that's protected and he's with it, then yeah, everything will be fine. So that's why he allowed, like, he doesn't care as much about the Chaos Emeralds being scattered, because someone would have to gather them all, and only certain people know how to use the Chaos Emerald's power to the extent of, say a like a hero like Sonic, or a more villainous person like, say, Mephiles or Chaos. Chaos at the time, like during the events of Sonic Adventure, anyway. Or a robot that was made to use the Chaos Emeralds and basically be a pure machine for destruction, like Emerald. But the Master Emerald is very specific, and that's something that Knuckles has a duty to protect. And she kind of has a similar way of being, like well, I would say Knuckles is actually more personable, even though he never interacted with anyone but Sonic, Tails, and Eggman prior to Sonic Adventure 1. So those are the only people that Knuckles knew, and even then, it's like he would be, despite his theme song, you know, he was chuckling whenever he stopped Sonic and Tails in their path. Okay, thanks. But you know, like what I'm saying is that she's even more secluded and even more antisocial than Knuckles ever showed to be. You know, Knuckles, his thing is that he's just naive, and he's just not as trusting of people because he's only been by himself, and not only that, he has a very specific duty, and that's to protect the Master Emerald, a very powerful item that if, and Eggman proved this to him, that evil forces out there, if they get their hands on it, and because I don't even know all about my past and the Master Emerald's true role until the events of Sonic Adventure 1, yeah, he basically just went off the cuff with that until Eggman came into his life, and that there are dangerous forces out here. I 100% need to be here to protect this from being manipulated by the wrong people. But because Knuckles, you know, he not only interacted with Eggman during the events of 3 Knuckles in Adventure 1, he had Sonic and Tails showing that he does have allies out there. Allies that not only that he could confide in, because Sonic and Tails have knowledge of the Emeralds, as they have not only interacted with them, but Sonic himself has used them to you know, turn his thoughts into power. And that's what we learn about the Chaos Emeralds, is that that's exactly what they do. But Blaze is actually similar to Knuckles, again, like I said, in that she's a loner and that she has a duty to protect these powerful gems that could destroy the world if they fell into the wrong hands. But not only that, she has one additional thing that Knuckles doesn't have, and that's it. Like she knows exactly why she was. How should I phrase this? Like, she's royalty. You know, she's Princess Blaze, as we learned in Sonic Adventure primarily. And because of that, like, she's told straight up ever since that she basically, this is her duty alone. She must do it by herself, you know. So she's essentially raised to be a loner and to seclude herself and not accept help from others. You know, this is my burden, you know, no one else's. But it's not like a matter-of-fact type of thing, like she just tells someone that and just leaves it at that. No, she actually gets frustrated when she has to, because, you know, when she starts interacting with Sonic and Cream and all of that, like everyone in Sonic's dimension, they're all friendly, you know, they're all noble and heroic, the vast majority of them, or at least all the characters that were featured in Sonic Rush, which is, you know, the primary cast aside from Eggman. So she's interacting with all these people, and she just like this is alien to her. Like all it, you know, Cream is such a polite girl, and she just takes her on as a friend so early. Like she's like just astonished by that. But she remarks like at least 2 times that it doesn't feel wrong, you know, to have these warm feelings about, you know, having a friend, having someone by your side, but she still rejects it. And then, you know, she's meeting Knuckles and Amy and Vanilla. You know, they're all telling her about Sonic and how he could be a great help to her. And then she's like, no, I'm fine. I don't need his help. I'm okay. That's like, you know, all of you keep saying this. Basically, what is so special about him? And then they finally meet up. And Blaze learns throughout all of this that she doesn't have to carry that burden on her shoulders. And another thing that, to add to that, another reason why she secludes herself from other people is that her soul is basically bounded by flames. Like she like her ability to control flames is an inherent ability, and it's at least, well, it's not actually explained as a curse, but she basically sees it as a curse because that's why certain people didn't want to like interact with her, from what you can gather from the dialogue. So that's one reason why she secluded herself, because she saw herself as cursed. You know, it would be dangerous to be around her, and clearly she's probably one of those people that couldn't control her powers until she reached adolescence, after like a good amount of years of training. And that's why I love the ending song "Raise Me Up" a lot, because that shit, I would consider that a theme for Blaze in particular, one of the themes for Blaze. When I was low, you raised me up. Like that would, shit, I would say that would refer to Cream and Sonic particularly. Cream always encourages her. Like just before a boss fight, she's like, "Gambarimasu." She always says that. And before a level, she's like, basically, be careful. Like just having someone worry about her and giving her encouragement and stuff like that. She never had that, and it was a warm feeling that she got from that. And then with Sonic and even the other characters, Knuckles is trying to tell her, that it's pretty dangerous to, because he assumes that the soul emerald that she had when they met was a Chaos Emerald, and he's basically trying to tell her, you probably should give this to Sonic. He would know what to do with it. Just hearing people trying to give her advice, just stuff like that. Just people worrying for her and even offering to help her with stuff. She's not used to that. She's not used to people being like that. So the first time ever doing it, someone like that is just not going to be easy to trust anyone, let alone to be easy to accept help from someone else. And not to mention, she takes things very seriously. Very seriously. As a matter of fact, when she meets Sonic and Tails, after their interaction, uh, Blaze is like, I'm actually surprised someone took the initiative to investigate what's going on. And then after that, she tries to like she tries to understand why everyone kept, referring her, trying to get her to go to Sonic for help. So she asks Cream, "What kind of person is Sonic?" And Cream, like anyone, she responds, "He's like the wind." And she says, "Whatever." Basically, like whatever that means. And that basically means, Sonic is Sonic. He lives as free as the wind. He goes by in a breeze. He never sits still. He's always moving, always progressing. He's always living, He doesn't let anything hold him back. He's just an elemental force that you just can't stop. He'll just keep on running, no matter what restrictions you put on him. And that's something that Blaze learns from going into the extra zone, Thanks to all that encouragement, all of what she learned about friendship, and not only solely believing in her ability, but understanding that there's some things that she just can't do on her own. And it's okay to rely on other people, especially when those other people have the ability to help. Ouch. My rings? Oh my god. They just splattered all over the place. I don't. No. No, we got that. Oh, we got that. Yeah, we got that. Okay. I'm just not used to seeing the time bonus be like that when I get 10 minutes, but I think it changes for each level, it would seem. Maybe what tripped me up is that I didn't pay attention to how much my enemies, the score based off the enemy kills I get was. We'll come back to Kingdom. We'll go back to Kingdom Battle last, because we'll second to last. Cause god dang. All right, radical train. But yeah, at the end of just before the final boss, Blaze learns how to use the true power of the Soul Emeralds, being able to turn her thoughts into power. And it turns out that the Soul Emeralds are no different than the Chaos Emeralds. They're pretty much the exact same, and that's their main ability. Turning thoughts into power, they can make a miracle. Yeah, no rainbow ring shit. So. Alright, forget them. That's just gonna waste time. What was I saying? Oh yeah. Like after finally learning how to do that, cause she never knew. Like she never. Similar to Knuckles, like even though she knows what her duty is, like the extra bit of information besides Knuckles that she has is that she's specifically told by people that she actually knew that this is her duty as the princess Knuckles is kind of like something that is presumed that he was kind of just born just knowing that this is what he has to do. That's usually how it comes off, at least. But Blaze just never knew like the secrets of the soul armor. She just knew that she had to protect him, and clearly she had no interest in learning that because it doesn't seem like she really had to. Yosh. Hey. Once she turned her thoughts into powers, man, she definitely created a miracle. Sonic became supersonic and she became Burning Blaze. And with their combined powers, they defeated both the Eggmans and returned both their dimensions back into their rightful state. And at the end of the adventure, Blaze learned to open up to other people and not take on things that she's not able to. Allow herself to get help when she needs it. There's literally no point in ever using that during this section. At least not at this part, because we gotta use it again once we get down here. Oh my god, every time. What I hate about this is that boosting, you gotta do it twice, but it picks and chooses when it actually does it. Alright, we're going fast enough, but yeah, we're going fast enough. I'm picking up speed, alright. Oh. It took, what, 4 hits of those bullets and then it was done? I could have sworn it took just a little bit more punishment for it to go down. Yeah, at the end of the Sonic Rush, Blaze learns that you can rely on other people. You don't have to carry the world. You don't have to carry the burden of the world on your shoulders, because you will get crushed by that weight if you can't handle it. She opened her heart. When she was down, they raised her up. When she was low, they raised her up. And she has a particular interest in Sonic after that because he gave her the most change. Cream was the starting point, but Sonic, pushed her even further. Time for a clock base. And in Sonic Rush Adventure, you see how much growth she really had. Well, let me do this game. In this game, even though her whole origin is different, she's pretty much the same character for the most part. How like she interacts with people around her, even though the only person she actually interacts with is Silver and Mephiles. That's about it. Like, even when they are with Sonic, like, one, you don't even play as Blaze in Kingdom Valley with Sonic or Silver, which is weird because she's right alongside them at the end of the level when that cutscene plays where the egg carrier crashes. and she doesn't even talk to Sonic. Like she doesn't even have a voice line in that cutscene. It's fucking weird. One of the problems with this game story. Um, yeah, and even in this game, like she actually is pretty good in a mentor role, somewhat. Even though she doesn't, it's not really played up like that, but it kind of is, because you know, she's basically making herself, I guess, Silver's guardian in a way, because she knows how naive he is. In fact, he's one of the youngest Sonic characters. Just actually, I would say, yeah, Silver's 14, whereas most of the other characters are 15 and up. Like Knuckles is generally supposed to be 17. Rouge is about 17, 18, something like that. Shadow is technically 50 years old, but he's aged up to be, artificially aged up to be 15 to 16 like Sonic. But yeah, because they play up the fact that Silver is pretty young and that all of, he's naive to like certain types of people and certain types of things in the world, especially because he's fairly one-track minded, because he's just solely focused on getting the world back in order. He doesn't care how he does it, because once some dude comes up to him and like, this is how you do it, you gotta kill this guy, he's just alright with it. He doesn't even consider if it's even right to kill someone or not until after the first attempt at doing it. That's why he sits and contemplates on the pier over in the New City section of Soliana. And then Blaze comes by and he tries to ask her about it, and then she's like, you're so naive. Even I don't know for certain if it's right or wrong. But what I do know is that our world, the future world, is at stake if we don't do anything about it. And at the moment, this is all we know that we can do. So, even though, of course, I would disagree about killing anyone for any reason, obviously, that's just wrong on the face of it. And hell, any hero would, and that's why Sonic would be against it. That's why he always shows mercy to anyone. And that's something I love about this one detail I love about Sonic and the Black Knight story. This part right here is so fucking stupid, man. Yeah, the margin of error here. You're supposed to like really navigate with these shits, man. Who thought that this was smart? Did he die? I guess so, because one of the balls must have hit him. Yeah, she does a good job, And hell, she's honest. Like, she doesn't know if it's right or wrong that we should kill someone in order to save the world. But the whole world is fucked, and this is literally the only way. And to them, I think the rationale with Blaze, at the very least, is that, a bunch of other people in the future will be dead as a result of this guy's existence. So, with them, it was just merely, what's the better trade-off? Millions of lives being preserved, or just this one guy? And if this guy is supposedly the trigger, the Iblis trigger, if we take him out, then millions of lives will be saved. And I can understand that rationale. I can understand it, but it's still flawed, just on the face of it. Because that's still another person's life, and you have no authority over them to be like, oh, we'll just, expend your life for a bunch of other people, when you can find another way. And another way was found, as it always is. And that's a lesson that's learned in many works of fiction, particularly heroic fiction, which is why I love stories about heroes so much. Oh my shit! Always playing with me. And yeah, I like that she's, being the best friend who's encouraging and giving advice in this game. Like she's playing that role here, just like Cream and Sonic and the others did in her first appearance in Rush. Even though her origin is different and stuff like that, it's actually interesting to see her playing that role that the others played for her in her debut. I pressed A. God dang it. Oh my. Fuck you. And in Rush Adventure, you see, obviously because oh 06 is made non-canon by itself. So her next appearance is in Rush Adventure, and there we see that, she's a lot more open. She's a lot more open-minded to people helping her and stuff like that. Because when she meets up with Sonic and them, she's not antagonistic or anything. Hell, she's smiling more and stuff like that. She's actually having more fun with herself as she's, taking on all the threats that they come up against and stuff like that. You actually see her growth, and especially how she handles her role in her dimension and stuff like that. And she definitely shows that, much like Sonic, she's very proactive in her role as princess and protecting not only the Solar Emeralds, but clearly, at least, because the Solar Emeralds weren't even in danger. So she went out of her way to stop Captain Whisker and all of the shenanigans that he was causing. And she just happened to come across Sonic and Tails. And those are the reasons I love Blaze as a character. And of course, I love her VA. No, I forgot her last name. No, I forgot her last name. Matter of fact, no. We're gonna get the last name. Hold up, wait a minute. I'm gonna pause real quick. Wait a minute. We're gonna do this right. We're not gonna disrespect her. Chrome. Okay. Nao Takamori. That's her name. That's her voice actress's name. Nao Takamori. Yeah, then she does a great job. I love it. It's just she does the whole secluded, conserved. She definitely captures that, especially in her debut. Does it well in 06 because that's the most voice lines that she get. Because Rush, it's most of the dialogue is just short. It's just short voice lines. And of course, she voices Blaze again in Black Knight, but of course Blaze is Um, basically, just she's the is the physical stand is like the physical swap of for Sir Percival. Just the stand-in for Sir Percival. Shadows is the stand-in for Lancelot, and Knuckles is the stand-in for Gawain. And Amy is stand-in for the Lady of the Lake, Nemu. That's one bit of mythology I really need to get into reading is the King Arthur stuff. I know I would love it. There's one thing I love indulging in is fucking mythology. It's just some of the best stories told. Because they play on archetypes and stuff like that. Really gives you a better perspective on people in the world and how to live in it. Which is why I love superheroes and a lot of video game franchises and shonen and stuff like that. But Tails is a character. Now Tails, much like with Amy, he tells a lot about Sonic as a character and how influential of a person he is. Like Sonic, like the type of person Sonic is, he's an aspirational hero. That's one archetype he fits in. And he could be considered what is known as like a flat character. Like he goes through he has a flat character arc. Basically, he stays the same no matter what. He just adapts to everything around him. He may learn along the way, like he'll learn a few new things either about himself or about someone else or something around him. But for the most part, he stays the same. He's still, Sonic the Hedgehog. The adventure-loving hero, he's still the same no matter what. But that type of character, the way that type of character is always written, is to be a good influence on everyone around him. And it's characters like that, like they're the nucleus of everything in their stories. So you could take a character like Superman or Goku, those type of characters. They're used to not only like they tell a lot about themselves just by how they act and react. They don't always have to explain themselves as to why they do it, but of course, the story will do like whatever the story demands at that time. They'll do that. So if you have a character like, say, Blaze in Sonic, or say a character like Manchester Black, where they're basically like a character that basically is trying to get the exposition out of you, like, why do you do this? What makes you so special, or something like that. And then those characters are usually the ones that get that out of them, and then they explain themselves, and it's like, or Shadow did it as well. It's like, it seems that your appearance is not the only thing that's similar to me. Who exactly are you? And Sonic responds, Ore wa orisa, Boken Suki no Tara no Harinezumi, Sonic the Hedgehog sa. And Tails like shows just what kind of influence he has on someone who was bullied and stuff like that, who's not as confident in himself. But then he gets a big brother figure who shows him how to be confident and how to use his own abilities to become, you know, you don't have to be like me, you can be like yourself. You know, Tails, his gift is that he's much like Eggman, incredibly intelligent, and the archetype that one of the archetypes that Tails fits in is the Tinkerer. You know, Eggman's the evil Tinkerer and Tails is the heroic one. And also shows that the Sonic series doesn't try to tell it as straightforward. Like the Sonic series does things, you know, black and white. You know, it tells you this is good, this is evil. It doesn't do the whole morally gray thing ever, even in certain characters, which I like, because there ain't no nuances. You either are or you are not. So it shows that, you know, technology is not only evil, it can be good as well. Like, it's shown evil through Eggman, but it's also shown through good as with Tails. And that's one thing I love about Tails as a character, is that he offsets that. And not to mention, like when I was getting to Tails is a great character for what he tells us about Sonic as a character. It's the type of influence that he has, and it's good, you know. Tails learns how to be more confident. He learns that, again, like, hell, you can hear it in his theme, believe in myself. I just go about yearning, you know. I want to be strong. I want to be just like him. You know, I just want to be trusted, stuff like that. But I can't do that so easily. But I got to get a hold of myself, you know. I'm trying so hard to be strong. This is the worst part of this version of the level. The Omega part was perfectly fine. I'm going to make it look fine only because I know where to go. But when you initially get here blind, it's so open. There is no direction. There's no cinematic that plays that indicates to you where you gotta go. Because there's a switch that I gotta hit that's inside that cavern to the left. Once you hit that switch, again, there's no like cinematic or anything that indicates to me, oh, I just opened up the next area I need to go to. You had to leave the area and basically figure that out on your own. Unless you see the gate right there and you know that it's closed off, you probably wouldn't have known that to go straight there. You would have just been bumming around because this is a large fucking area. Like right now, I don't even need to get in this goddamn thing. There's no need for me to go on this path. I'm doing it now just for points and to illustrate that. Like, the only reason why you would come up here is just to get extra points from enemy kills. But anyway, back to the main topic. Tails, and why I love him so much. To add on to what I already said, one thing that's great about Tails, besides all of what I mentioned before, is that, yeah, like, he does truly learn to believe in himself. Take the scene where in Adventure 1, he comes to that realization that I can't just rely on Sonic. I've been following behind him for so long. Literally, that's one thing I love about the series, is the attention to detail with gameplay and story, is that Tails literally used to follow behind Sonic, like, in everything they did, literally. Even, like, that's even visually portrayed whenever they're flying in the tornado. You know, Sonic's on top in front whenever they're flying in the tornado. And Tails is below and behind because, you know, he's flying the plane. In the special stages of Sonic 2 and 3 and 3 and Knuckles, he's behind Sonic. He's following right behind him. Hell, when he first met Sonic, he's running behind him. He's following him because he's wishing to be him. But over time, he had to realize, much like Sonic, I had to be myself. I have things about me that are great and useful. Hell, I've shown it because Sonic values me not only because, we become friends, but I'm a great help to him. And I can be a great help to him and even to the world to be a hero just like him if I use my talents as a mechanic, as a technological genius. Well, a genius, period. Tails is smart as fuck. It's not even just technology, it's science as well. And once Tails found that, if I'm gonna be a hero like Sonic, if I'm gonna be as confident as I know I should be and I want to be, I gotta take a step. I gotta take that first step into independence and to being my own person. So he does that by taking on Eggman and stopping him from activating that missile. And just before he fights Eggman and the Egg Walker, he says, "Kawakunai, kawakunai." And it says, "I can do it." And once he takes on Eggman and defeats him, that was the biggest relief it seemed like he ever had. And that is just, oh, I love that moment so much. He just stood Eggman right there. He just stood Eggman right in his face, said, "I'm not scared. I'm not scared." And then he goes and travels back to his workshop, and then he sees Sonic there. And then they're both relaying to each other the last bits of their adventure. I love this. I love this fucking series, man. I love these characters. And not only that, from then on we see that progression. Tails and Adventure 2, you see that confidence in him. He's actually even arguably more proactive than Sonic is, because Tails was able to, because Sonic, he was caught off guard from the start of the where the hero story starts. Sonic was caught off guard, and Knuckles is doing his own thing up until he meets up with everyone. They find out that Rouge is with Eggman, so he's gonna have to go with them in order to get the rest of the Master Emerald. And Sonic, he's caught up in all the mess that Shadow and Eggman caused for him. So Tails is the only one that can actually assess all of what's going on. And he's able to strategize all of what they need to do. He gets the fake Chaos Emerald ready. He was able to pinpoint a transmission between Eggman and the President, which he used to allow them to find out where Eggman is hiding out. I mean, shoot, he innovated the tornado again by making it the Cyclone, which allows him to make it a fighter, and he goes out of his way to fight Eggman twice, and he uses it to go through the levels efficiently, infiltrating the hidden base, distracting the police force and the gun robots from Sonic. Well, I'm sorry. Him and Amy were able to leave. Sonic was the one distracting the police. But even then, while they were escaping, Tails was able to take on everything that came in his way. And without him, the Sonic and Knuckles and even Amy, they wouldn't have done as well. They would have done good because they're adaptable. Sonic in particular, He would have found a way. But Tails is what brung everything together. That's how they were really able to bring it to Eggman during the third act. Can I say third act? Well, technically the third act would be the last story, so let's say the second act. Let's say that. Like the end of the second act. And then in Heroes, right side by side with Sonic and Knuckles, uh, trying to stop Eggman. Well, try. Well, they presume that they're taking on Eggman, but then of course the real threat is Metal Sonic trying to, do things even bigger than what his master would do, and that's he now assumes try to become an authoritarian, a ruler over all, becoming becoming the robot overlord of a robot kingdom, and eliminating all natural life. Well, not all. Well, actually, no, not all natural life. It was just the heroes. That he just wanted to kill all of them because they were a threat, and he knew that. Particularly like Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, and Shadow, and probably even Omega. Like everyone that he copied data from, he wanted to kill them. He had no intention on killing the Chaotix because they weren't even on his radar. Like Shadow, Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles, and Chocola and Froggy. Now Chocola and Froggy, that's because Chocola is a Chow. Chaos was a Chow, so Chaos was a Chow that was mutated by the Chaos Emerald. I would say the exact details of that were probably, and this is just a fan theory, I always thought it was because, the Chow always played around the shrine of the Master Emerald in the past when Tikal and her tribe of the kittens was living. And there's water where the shrine is, so maybe the Chow that becomes Chaos was playing around the water. Maybe a Chaos Emerald happened to fall or whatever, and then it responded to the thoughts of the Chow, and then I would say the Chow, their cognitive ability may not be, because they're like the Chow were basically children, so it's not like they have the cognitive ability of someone that's at least the age of Cream or Charming, or the youngest characters in the series, and they're both like 6-7 years old, and the Chow were basically babies. Like no, like they probably think like toddlers at best, maybe. But anyway, God dang it, what was the big point of that? What was the big point of that? I kind of lost myself in that. I ain't gonna lie to you. Right. In Sonic Heroes, he's side by side with Sonic and Knuckles, fighting off against Eggman, and takes it and helps take it to Metal Sonic in the final fight. And then they just add multiple examples throughout the series because Tails is a primary character, and that's what I love about Tails. Like he's a perfect example of he's a perfect coming of age story in the series, and that's what I love about that's one of the things I love about Tails as an individual, like the type of archetype he fits into, and that and again, like just seeing how he shows how Sonic is a good influence on someone as like a big brother type, not just as say a love interest, and as a hero in that way. as a love interest to like say one of the female characters, and then yeah, that pretty much sums it up. Now for third, um, for third, let me do Rouge's Tropical Jungle first. For third, now I can get even more detailed because that's top three. We'll do. I'll do Knuckles first, and then I'll do Dr. Eggman. Um, what I love about Knuckles, Knuckles the Echidna, Knuckles the Echidna. The main thing I love about Knuckles, and it's unfortunate how bastardized he's become as of the 2010s. He and it doesn't help that the bastardized English scripts for the games, and of course, even worse, for kids and their bullshit with Sonic X. And even their bullshit with the games that they had a hand in, like with as far as the English scripts were concerned, and this Shadow the Hedgehog in this game. Well, pretty much every game from the mid 2000s, mid to late 2000s. Knuckles is not an idiot. That needs to I think that's the best way to start this off. Of why I love Knuckles as a character. He is not an idiot. I don't know why I'm stopping to do this. All I have to do is just beat the level quick as fuck. To get the S rank anyway. I would only have to do this if I was silver. Knuckles is not an idiot. In fact, the only thing that you can say about him early on in the series is that he is naive and gullible. Why is that? I touched on this before. It's because Knuckles, from his debut up until Adventure 2, he had no interaction with anyone. I say up until Adventure 2 because that's when you really see that he's more adept at reading people and knowing when he's deceived and not deceived and stuff like that. Fuck. Yes. Bro, alright. Let's rank. That's the same line she had in Adventure 2 when you got an A rank. What was that? Yeah, like Knuckles had no interaction with people at all. I mean, this dude lived the vast majority of his life up until the events of Sonic 3 and Knuckles, not knowing anyone, not his parents, grandparents, no friends, nothing. He was just an orphan with no friends. He was secluded on an island alone. All he knew is that there's this powerful gem here and that he has a responsibility and a duty to it. Like, it was just subconscious to him. Like, he just knew that this is something that he had to do. And I always find that interesting how vague it is with Knuckles' origin. I've always liked that. And at the end of his scenario in Adventure 1, is basically Knuckles coming to the conclusion, maybe it's best I keep this, the status quo where it was. Because learning more about my past, I'm not sure I want to do that. Because if I do, it's like he feels as though that'll just shake up his entire existence, like his whole world, how he functioned, his purpose in life. So he'd rather stay ignorant. He just knows that the Master Emerald's a very important thing in this world. And if it gets in the wrong hands, such as Dr. Eggman, for example, then the world's going to be in trouble. So I'm going to take responsibility for this. And I really, that's so interesting to me. And again, and this is the brilliance of how the writing used to be in the games, is that canonically, even though there were a bunch of Sonic games in between 3 and Knuckles and Sonic Adventure, those games in between are not canon. Okay. Now you can come up with fan theories as to why some of them may be, but most of them are not. Sonic the Fighters, Sonic 3D Blast, the Sonic games on the Game Gear, those shits, they're not canonical. We know that for a fact. The ones that are canonical are 1, 2, CD, 3, and Knuckles, at the adventure games and the heroes, and basically everything before that gap, before adventure, and everything following that from adventure onward. All of that is 100% canon. Of course, Shadow the Hedgehog makes things iffy. Sonic 06 isn't canon, because of the ending. But other than that, everything is within continuity. So, yeah, Sonic, Tails, and Dr. Eggman are the very first people he ever meets. But specifically, Dr. Eggman is the first person he ever meets. Sonic and Tails arrive on Angel Island not too long after that. So we're talking about Dr. Eggman. And I'm going to get in depth with him, but this is a good starting point for him. Okay. Knuckles is completely antisocial. He has no, I can't say antisocial. Let's say he is naive. He has no social skills. He's meeting a person for the first time in his life, bro. Ew, just think about that. It's not like he's like a little kid or anything. Knuckles is already at adolescence. And the Sonic characters, I would say that they do age, but they, physically speaking, at least the anthropomorphs, Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, all of them, they don't physically age, at least. Because Sonic technically had a birthday in Sonic Generations. How old he turned, that's not disclosed, but you would have to assume that he's like officially 17, 18, because he was always said to be between the ages of 15 and 16. So he had to aged up to about 17, 18. So with that in mind, Knuckles is a full-on teenager. But without any interaction with people, other people, you're retarded in that sense. You don't know anything about people and how to interact with them, which is a very big thing about being a person and growing, is interacting with other people. that makes you a well-rounded individual, specifically psychologically. And without that, Knuckles, can you blame him? I mean, how can you read the type of person Dr. Eggman is without ever interacting with that type of a person, or even the opposite type of person, which would be Sonic and Tails? Like, he has no idea that he's a villain. In fact, given how Knuckles reacts to people, he would have been standoffish to Dr. Eggman. But then, he probably listened to what he had to say, and then he was like, he listened to what he had to say, and, he was able to convince him. Eggman's a pretty good actor. Shit. He probably did it in a similar way that he deceived him in the 5th episode of Sonic X. Similarly, probably, like, he came up with some type of thing. He was the way it was, the way it would be set up is like he basically convinced them that there are these two people that are trying to invade your island. I came here in an attempt to stop them, but I was wondering if you could help me in stopping them. Hell, you know what Eggman probably did in addition to that, because Knuckles allows him to build the launch bases for the Death Egg there. So he probably told him there are these two very dangerous people who have possession of the Chaos Emeralds, which I'm sure you know about as they originated here on your island. And these people have destroyed my machine that I was using to do probably some good. That's probably what he told him. And then, and then he was like, Eggman probably was like, I only built that to keep the world safe from people like them. And this Hedgehog who is able to harness the power of the Chaos Emeralds to become super powerful enough to destroy my entire spaceship arena, the Death Egg. Imagine what he could do to the world. He probably did it. That's probably how it was set up. And I'm saying that just based on what I know about Dr. Eggman as a character and how he has approached deceiving people. Anyone. It's not just Knuckles. I mean, he's done this he did it to the Babylon Rogues. He tried to do it with Shadow here in this game. That's just one of the games that Eggman plays. Deceit. This is one of the main things I love about Eggman as a character and as a villain. Knuckles, takes him on. Okay. Like he can't read deceit, so it's like he's hearing this, and Eggman's able to convince him, so he goes along with it. And then Eggman turned out not to be lying. There are these two people trying to come to my island, for whatever reason, to stop him. Although the setup for that is that Tails, developed a dual radar that allowed them to find all the Chaos Emeralds, and then they managed to find out about Angel Island. Because I believe I gotta look up the Japanese manual of Sonic 3. Wendy actually translated it. I need to look it up. But that's basically the setup for the game. And that's how they made it to Angel Island, and that's why they were going there in the first place. And I believe the setup is also that they found out that that's where the Death Egg, that's around the place where the Death Egg had landed as well. So they got a reading on the master, I believe is what it was, and that's why they were on there. But basically saying that, just that unfortunate circumstance that Sonic and Tails happened to be going to Angel Island at the same time, and then Eggman Eggman gets proven right to Knuckles and that they did come. So he's, springs up all of his traps on them to try and stop them. and allows the doctor to, build the death egg on his island. Because he gave him his word basically. But throughout the adventure, and then we finally get to the Hidden Palace Zone, and then Sonic fights Knuckles. And as that whole thing goes down, as all of that goes down, Knuckles, after that fight, that's when they leave that area, and then they leave like that room that they were in, and then we go over, and then we find that Eggman is in the Hidden Palace Zone himself, where the Master Emerald and the Chaos / Super Emeralds are, and he's sitting there trying to take it. And of course, that's when Knuckles is like, "Oi, Master Emerald no Kaise." And of course, Eggman fucking zaps him and makes off with it. And that's just like, that was the realization. I was duped this entire time. And at that moment, he helps Sonic and Tails make it to the Sky Sanctuary Zone. That way they have a chance to stop the Death Egg from rising. And from then on is, after, Super Sonic / Hypersonic was able to stop Eggman from, stealing the emerald successfully. The Super / Hypersonic returned it to the island alongside of Tails, and Knuckles watches them fly off in the distance from Angel Island. And now he knows that he has some allies out there, as well as an enemy. So it basically reassures him that he does have a duty to fulfill, but he can rely on at least one other person out there, and that would be Sonic. And that's an interesting point to note, because in Adventure 1 as well, during the Super Sonic scenario, basically the last story segment of Adventure 1, when we cut to Knuckles, when he's pondering why he had restored the Master Emerald to its full, but the island fell again, and he questions whether or not it's because of the 6 emeralds he brought back with him after he defeated Chaos 6. And because Knuckles, primarily because he only cares about protecting the Master Emerald, understandably so, he doesn't know much about how the Chaos Emeralds work. He primarily knows how the Master Emerald works, because he's around the Master Emerald the most. And the Chaos Emeralds are usually with Sonic, and which he found out thanks to his adventure, thanks to all of what happened in 3 and Knuckles. So he knows, again, like he knew after those events, he does have an ally, someone he could rely on to help him in regards to his duty in protecting at least the Master Emerald, but also the Chaos Emeralds if needed. So he says, I should probably take them to Sonic for some advice. He learns to trust someone. Like, he knows that he can trust Sonic. And even after that little fight, because he was deceived by Eggman again, and once again, he is not an idiot. The way he was fooled this time was because Eggman was vague and his deception. Matter of fact, I'm gonna show it right now. Hold on, wait a minute. Cause the fucking English script / dub just, it screwed this shit up, bro. I'm telling you. Let me do that real quick. Make sure I'm right here so I don't forget to turn the volume back up for that. I just hope that the frames don't drop too much. I mean, you really only need the audio, but I kind of want it to be fine with the frames because I want the you to see the subtitles. I only got that flash player on because I was bumbling around on the Sonic Riders Zero Gravity Japanese site. Okay, thanks. Probably could have just typed Knuckles Japanese and it would have been okay. Check them frames. Okay. Okay. Let me. Actually, I hear my damn self. Hold up. Hold up. Wait a minute. Oh, we need to go back. We need to go back. No. Let me make sure the stream is still good. You never know. We need to go back. No. Let me make sure. Ah, yeah, we cool. We cool. Okay. Shit, I just like to.
いいぞカオス。バカな。姿が変わった。そんなハったりは効かないぜ。やりおったな。まあよい。まだまだカオスの力はこれから。何を負け惜しみってやがる。ふん。それよりいいことを教えてやろう。ソニック。何？ソニックはどうかしたのか。あやつもマスターエメラルドを狙って飛び回っておるぞ。なんだってこんなところで油を売っとる暇はないのではないか。そうか。どういうことだ。
See, he was deceived this time because of Eggman being vague. But let's continue.
ソニックがマスターエメラルドを狙っているっていうのも気にかかるが、とりあえず俺は俺で探すしかないな。
See, he wasn't completely sold on what Eggman told him though this time. He already went through, Eggman's deceitfulness before. So him saying that it was odd as fuck to him. So he didn't completely trust it. But the thing is, Knuckles is very desperate to accomplish his goal of restoring the Master Emerald. So any lead on any piece that he can find, and also if someone did happen to have an emerald piece, he needs to get it back at any cost. Because one, if it belongs to anyone, it belongs to him. And no one has any claim over what is basically his property. And when he saw the, in the initial part before the Chaos 2 fight, he says, what is that shine? Because the Chaos Emerald, was glowing and shit when Eggman was walking into the elevator going upstairs in the hotel in the observatory room. He couldn't see the emerald clearly, but he did see a shine. And he, in his mind it just clicked. Could that have been a Chaos Emerald? I mean, not Chaos Emerald. Could that have been a Master Emerald piece? And he goes to investigate. He rushes in to investigate. And it's the same thing here. He's on a mission and he's desperate to do it. So any lead he has, if it, on finding a piece, he either focuses on his instinct, sensing the emerald, which is something that is bestowed upon him after all of his years being with the Master Emerald. Or if he gets any information from another person, like, hey, I actually saw this guy with an emerald piece. Hell, when you playing through the game and you talk to the NPCs in Station Square, they actually tell you, hell, you go to the newspaper lady and she'll tell you, oh, there was a meteor shower. Nah, this is like these green glowing rocks that were just coming down, and that basically tells you that it was the Master Emerald, and that they landed in Casinopolis. So any tidbits he got from people, he took them up on it and went and investigated. And he did the same thing here with Eggman, because it was bothering him. Like, I'm not sure if he was telling the truth, but on the off chance, I'm going to investigate. This is essentially what he's saying here. So I'm gonna go and try and find Sonic, along with any other emerald pieces I can find on my own. And when he meets up with Sonic,
Sonic! 光ってる。マスターエメラルドか。
You know what the best part about this is? That shine, like that one is shining as well. So while he can't see like the color of it or the exact shape, he can see the shine, and he knows generally that the only people that would even have possession of any type of emerald, it would be Sonic or Eggman. So that could be another thing too that you got to consider. And hell, if he can get a clear look, Sonic has a green Chaos Emerald and the Master Emerald itself is green. So, and if it's a piece, the pieces have been about as big, if not slightly bigger than that. Or at least that's how big they would be if it was Sonic Adventure 2. In this game, they're actually a little bigger. Or at least they look that way. Says, damn, I can't let him have even one. And rightfully so, The Chaos Emerald is one thing, but the Master Emerald, that's another. That's a completely different story. And he has every claim on the Master Emerald, But what makes them go into this conflict is how Knuckles reacts, how Knuckles handles certain situations, at least up until this point in the whole story of Sonic. Knuckles is a lot more impulsive and is more inclined to fight. And besides, because he knows that, like, if Sonic was trying to keep the Master Emerald piece to himself, perhaps, because, they fought before over basically a similar situation like this. So it's like, Knuckles was basically prepared to fight no matter what.
何しやがる。問答無用。そのエメラルドをこっちに渡してもらおう。何？そうはいくか。うわっ！しまった。カオスエメラルドが。
And again, the vagueness of Eggman's deception here. I'll let Eggman say it. He said it perfectly.
バカめ。わしの口車に乗りおって。
That line right there. And let's get the second one.
そいつはカオスエメラルド。わしも楽をしたいのでな。お前の性格利用させてもらったわい。
I would I wanted an easier way to get them. So I used your personality to my advantage. This is such a thing that I love so much about this series. That the attention and detail to the characters and that they are individuals at the end of the day. They are different in many ways. Eggman could not do this with Sonic or Tails, but he can do it with Knuckles because of his naivete. And he can't, again, his social skills are not up there at this point in the series. So it's easier for him to be deceived. And again, he's impulsive in nature, so his first instinct is to fight. That's one thing. Not just reason with someone. And while the Master Emerald is his, that is his possession, no one else's, and it's his responsibility to look out for it. The way you get it back, unless it's one thing if it's your last resort, but Knuckles' first resort was to engage in a fight with Sonic instead of just talking with him. That's what led to this even happening. They hit each other during the fight. They hit each other so hard they knocked Knuckles knocked Sonic back to the point where the emeralds fall out of his grasp. Eggman was there just to swoop up at the right time and grab him. But Knuckles learns throughout the series not only to because he has more interactions with not only Sonic and Tails but also with Eggman. He learns not he's better at not being deceived. That's why after this game, it doesn't have an Adventure 2. It doesn't happen in Heroes. It doesn't happen in Rush. It doesn't happen in Advance 2. I need to get the accurate translation of that cutscene. I want to make sure that the English script didn't fuck that up. It seems fairly accurate, but then again, I'm not. I don't want to leave it to chance. So Wendy has no interest in doing it because I remember she told me that because I had asked her on like one of those anonymous question type of website / apps that would she ever translate all the handheld games, particularly like Battle and the Rush games because they had the most story in them. But I would like to see like Advance 2 and 3 as well, even though they're fairly short in their stories. But anyway, Sonic Advance 2 would count if the translation is good. I don't know if it is. I'll find that out soon. But yeah, every other game after that, Knuckles doesn't get duped by Eggman. In fact, he doesn't get duped by anybody. So the only real games that this happens in is just 3 and Knuckles and Adventure 1. These are the only games. And yet, when you look at the, how should I say, the Sega of America way of portraying the character, just completely bastardized it. And they make it seem like they make it seem like it's a running gag. Oh, Knuckles always gets deceived. He's such an idiot. No. The 4K dub of Sonic X doesn't help. God dang it. It's just ridiculous, man. So Knuckles is just a caricature of himself. Like they just really try to make him seem like he's just a fucking idiot. Like he's just incompetent and stuff like that. It's so annoying. And like basically just to summarize all that part is that what I love about Knuckles as a character is that his sense of duty and justice, and to see him grow and learn about people and how to interact with others It makes him a more well-rounded person, and you see that as we go through the stories, and it really culminates well with in Adventure 2 how he interacts with Rouge, and the little subtle hint at a little love interest there with them two. You know, and also that like Knuckles is not solely focused on the Master Emerald. Like he does care about the safety of other people in the world because he's a hero himself, and he's shown that in his concern. I mean, if the world is in danger, he'll jump and help because he knows that if the world is in danger, the Master Emerald will be in danger. So it's like, there's not much to think about here. So I have to, step in, and I have allies that can help me with that. So I'll go to them at the first, like immediately. Who was his allies? Sonic and Tails. They're the first people that showed to be friends. They showed to be his friends. And even here, like Sonic's playful with him.
どういうことだ。もしかしたらまさかまたエッグマンに騙されたのか。
This is like the way he said that. It was like he felt like he finds it humorous.
うるさい。単純というかなんというか。
Are you simple-minded or what? Like he's being playful with it. He's not, in the fucking dub. He says it condescendingly. You like, way to go, knucklehead. In here, Sonic's just playful with him. I mean, and the reason why is because Sonic understands how Knuckles is. And it's alright with Sonic because they can turn the tables around like they always do. But again, like this moment here in Adventure 2 and in Advance 2 and going into Sonic Heroes, that's when Heroes is like when you see the combination of all of this where Knuckles becomes 100% friends with Sonic and Tails. Like they are a team 100%. Those three have done a lot together at that point by Sonic Heroes, and they can depend on each other for whatever reason, for whatever it is, and they always chilling together and hanging out and stuff like that. They always going on adventures with one another. Even when it seems like Knuckles shouldn't be, it's usually like, again, every time Knuckles does go on adventure with them is because it's usually a world, like a threat big enough for the world. And, they all know how big of a threat Dr. Eggman is. As comical as Dr. Eggman is, he's a threat. He's a legit villain. Like he's big time. He's proven it time and time again. So that's why his inclusion in Sonic Heroes, the story, perfect. That is like Eggman's threatening the world with his ultimate weapon in 3 days. So first thing Tails does when he gets the letter from Eggman, he goes to Knuckles and he's like, Knuckles, obviously, oh yeah, we can't let Eggman do this. Again, if the world is threatened, the Master Emerald is threatened. So it makes complete sense. And not only that, again, Knuckles has shown that he does care about people in the world, not just the Master Emerald. He has a sense of justice just like Sonic and Tails. So Tails and Knuckles tag along, and then they go find their main man, the nucleus of their team, Sonic. And then they go off on their adventure to stop Dr. Eggman. their arch nemesis. Oh, and just before we get back to the game, as I continue to explain, as I get to Dr. Eggman, Shadow, and Sonic, just to summarize the main topic for commentary during this live stream, I want to just to really summarize why I love Knuckles as a character so much. And not only would it, and he shows a lot about Sonic and his influence. Sonic shows him that, again, there's someone that he could confide in, someone that understands, things about the emeralds and whatnot, and that also Sonic shows him that, basically Sonic opens him, his adventures with Sonic and Tails open him up to the entire world outside of Angel Island and to other people. His interactions with them allowed him to grow as a person, to grow his social skills. He's not just secluded on the island. Even though he doesn't mind it, he definitely sees benefits to being off the island and adventuring with friends. It just made him a better person. And I love seeing that growth of Knuckles. And that's one of the main reasons I love him as a character. But the big piece to it is his interactions with Sonic and Tails. So let me get heroes. I could have just clicked on Wendy's fucking channel and then just went to the playlist, but whatever. I want to actually get the boss dialogue. Is this specific line, bro? Hold on. These specific few lines that really illustrate how not only Knuckles has grown as a character, but Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles as a group of friends. Oh, what am I doing? Yeah, let's get the boss dialogue.
まったく懲りない野郎だぜ。
絶対負けないぞ。
その意気だ、テイルス。
ドクター・エッグマン。
No, I just need Team Sonic.
邪魔するやつはぶっ飛ばすぜ。
どうしたエッグマン。最初の威勢はどこ行った？
降参しろエッグマン。
逃げても無駄だ。観念しやがれ。
I actually want to get. Hold on, Will. I actually want to get this line that he says to Team Sonic. Just
早いわ。何がチームソニックじゃ。笑わせおって。
エイミー、いい加減にしろよ。今はお前と遊んでる場合じゃないんだ。
みんなお願いだからそこをどいてよ。
やれやれ、モテる男は辛いな、ソニック。
引け。買うだけだぜ。
カエルもチーズの兄弟も知らないって。お前らの勘違いだ。
僕たちずっとソニックと一緒だったけど、カエルくんやチョコラは見てないよ。
俺たちがカエルやチョコラをさらったりするわけないだろ。
なかなかやる。お前らのような悪党。喧嘩上等だぜ。
シュート。こうなりゃもう本気で行くぜ。
もう本当に分からず屋なんだから。
口で言ってもわからないなら少々手荒くいくぜ。
I'm just trying to get all the Team Sonic dialogue. trying to
今
show
さら
just
謝
how
ってももう
all
遅い
three
ぜ。
of them are grown as
Come
as
on.
a team.
そっちがその気なら遊んでやるぜエッグマン。
油断しないでよソニック。
ふん俺がまとめて面倒見てやるぜ。
待ってくれドクター。
貴公が依頼主の手。行くぜ。
数で攻めりゃ勝てるとでも思ってんのか。
負けないぞエッグマン。
次から次に湧いてきやがる。
以上する。というわけいかねえ。
この程度じゃ肩慣らしにも。
そろそろ品切れかエッグマン。
次から次にキリがね
どうしたそろそろ品切れかエッグマン。
いくら来ても負けないぞ。
この程度じゃ肩慣らしにもならないぜ。
ドクターこれ以上。
え。起動テスト。
諦めて
か。
ガリーおのれお増票を倒したくらいでいい気になるなよ。
俺の足から逃げられると思ったら大間違いだぜ。行くぞ。
おう
なんとしてもここで捕らえ。
正念場よ。
ところかなりの手が鳴るってもんだぜ。
ハウ一丁上がりだぜ。
まだだよソニック。本体を壊さなきゃ。
徹底的にぶっ壊してやるぜ。
まだまだだ。
第2波が来る。
まだ。
ダメだか。
エッグマンが逃げてくよ。
しぶとい野郎。
本体が無傷だぜ。
やったか。
エッグマンが逃げてくよ。
しぶとい野郎だぜ。まったく。
やったか。
やったわね。
会えないと。
ここで仕留めるぜ。
全砲座攻撃準備。肛門開け。まず退却。
久しぶりの挨拶がこれとは恐れ入るぜ。
でもエッグマンのロ
久しぶりの挨拶がこれとは恐れ入るぜ。
でもエッグマンのロボットがなんでエッグマンを。
知ったことか。あのコウモリ女も調子に乗りやがって叩きのめしてやる。
僕に似たハリネズミ。不愉快な。
シャドウオメガ行くわよ。
戦闘準備完了。攻撃を開始する。
何やら誤解があるようだ。女泣かすような真似はしたくねえからな。
シャドウ記憶をなくしているのか。
シャドウ僕たちのこと覚えてないの。
シャドウやっぱり様子がおかしいぜ。
目ざ
ここは譲れないわよ。
よくも私のサポートを。貴様ら破壊する。
友達。
少々侮っていたよ。だがこっからは簡単にはいかねえぞ。
この間の礼はさせてもらうぜエッグマン。You guys ready？
おう
詮索している。
何やらの敵が先だ。行くぜ。
これで最後だ。全力で行くぜ。
おう
ここで決着をつける。
これからだ。
3人なら絶対負けないよ。
パーティーの主役は俺たちがもらったぜ。
僕たち3人なら絶対負けないよ。
どんな攻撃でも来やがれってんだ。
You gotta love that. Let's go back. We're the stars of this
僕
party.
たち3人な
The three of us are unbeatable.
ら絶対負けないよ。
どんな攻
No matter what attack you throw at us.
撃でも来やがれってんだ。
僕たちを敵。俺たちの勝ちのようだな。
観念しろ。
言ったことを後悔させてやるぜ。
賭けは俺たちの
I
勝
bet
ちのようだ
that
な。
victory's on our
観念
side.
しろエッグマン。
年貢の納め時だぜ。
Time to pay up.
言ったはずだ。
せてやるわい。くらえ。いい気になるなよ。この虫けらどもが貴様らごときにやられはせぬわ。
Now let me go to. I'm gonna try to get this through real quick. I'm trying to get back to the game. God dang it. But the main topic of conversation for this stream is Wildwood is my favorite Sonic character. We're still on 3 because I was talking about Knuckles in my weapon as a character. I already explained this. I just want to get the lines that are like very indicative of how Knuckles has grown as a character and why I love him so much, and also how he's grown alongside of Sonic and Tails as they become, you know, the three main characters of the series, the three main heroes.
エッグマン楽しみはこれからだぜ。
Alright, I love this scene.
もう逃がさないぞ。
観念しやがれ。
チェックメイトだな。エッグマン
もはや容赦はせぬ。ソニック、テイルズ、ナックルズ、ここが貴様
like their best lines as a team come from the end bosses, Egg Emperor and the Metal Overlord fight. So let me get the rank dialogue here.
そろそろ行くかい。
どうしよっかな。
さて。
I want to get not that one, nah, this one. The Egg Albatross rank quotes
倍出てきたね。
for
これ
10
またなんとも
really highlight
たく
how
さん出
we've
して
grown
きやがったもんだぜ。
as friends.
賭けは俺たちの勝ちのようだな、エッグマン。
僕たちの勝ちだよ、エッグマン。
俺たちに不可能はない。覚えとけ、エッグマン。
There's nothing we can't do. Remember that, Eggman. And that's from Knuckles. That one's from Knuckles. Let me get the Egg Emperor.
「血を手加減しといたぜ」
これで終わり？あっけないね。
はあ、もう当分ロボットはいいかな。
天才って割に学習能力のない野郎だぜ。
Now the Egg Emperor rank quotes and the Egg Albatross rank quotes.
またまたわんさ
That
と出
really
してきやがっ
shows
たも
how
んだ
we've
ぜ。
grown as
いい
friends.
パーティーだったぜ、ドクターエッグマン。
もう悪いことはできないぞ、エッグマン。
忘れるな。俺たち3人に。
That right there, and again, this is from Knuckles. This shows his growth, and not only that, their growth as friends. Don't forget this. The three of us are unstoppable, and this goes inside with what Tails said before, and his Knuckles' response was to that: no matter what you throw at us.
敵はない。ジ・エンド。忘れるな。俺たち3人に敵はない。
And I'm just going to cap off Knuckles, my explanation for Knuckles with
ギリギリなんとかなったって感じか？そう。ギリギリなんとかなったって感じか？そうでもないさ。ふん、強がり言いやがって。俺たちがいなきゃ今頃どうなってたことやら。確かにそうだな。Thank you, Knuckles. それにテイルスも。
like Knuckles was being playful with him because he didn't think he would he was being playful with him. You know, he wasn't trying to fish it out of him. But Sonic ended up being honest. What did you could expect from him? Yeah, I guess you're right. Thank you, Knuckles. I said Knuckles was surprised by that.
Tails, Knuckles, あとは頼んだぜ。
ちょっと待ちなさいよ、ソニック。こら。
I know that summarized perfectly why I love Knuckles as a character. Damn, I was not bullshitting when I said that my top 3 characters would be the ones I would be able to talk about the most in depth. I was on Knuckles for a good like half an hour. Well, it's time to explain Dr. Eggman. Oh man. I really stayed. I'm glad my one viewer on YouTube and Twitch, y'all really stayed. I appreciate that. Sometimes I never know if I do bore people with that stuff. Although most people say that like they don't mind it, they actually find it interesting. I guess is how much I know and how much I'm able to talk about. Although most people say that like alright, let me turn that off. I don't want that double speak. I just wanted to hear to make sure my feedback and all that was good while I was doing all that. Okay. Let's hope that I can talk and get this fucking S rank in Kingdom Valley this time. Spent a good hour away from the levels, so hopefully. Dr. Eggman as a character. You know what? I may as well, you know, for the rest of the stream as I'm playing, you know, like I would take a break to like really explain them. Since I'm on my top 3 and I did it for Knuckles, I may as well do it for the other few. But for now, let's just focus on the level because I really need to get this goddamn S rank. I failed 3 times. I got a B rank the first time I fully complete the level. Then I died trying to do it to get the S rank the second time in my second run, and then I noticed that I wasn't gonna win the third time. I wasn't gonna get the S rank the third time, and then the fourth time I got an A rank, and then I was like, fuck that shit. So an hour away from the level. Yeah, I think that's enough. That's enough time. One good thing about these loading times is that it gives you some time to take a water break. That's the only good thing about these loading screens. Because, you know, me, I've always been the type to not pause at certain points, even though I should. Like, I just have to stick with it. I've been doing that ever since. I mean, I'll pause, obviously, most of the time, but there are times where I stupidly try to multitask and I screw myself up. I don't know why I fucking did that, knowing that. I've been good for points. Like, I keep getting a good amount of points from enemy deaths. Like, taking time out to kill these dudes. First time I actually didn't say nigga. Like, just naturally. Although, I mean, trying to chill out on that. Because I don't even like saying the word that much anymore. It's like my default. It's like my default word for dude without saying like dude or guy or whatever. Because I only say it to refer to males. But it's just a natural tick because I've been doing it for as long as I've been cursing, which is since I was like 7. So. And I've gotten pretty good at minimizing the amount of cursing I've done over the years. I really only used them as say Patrick would call it, sentence enhancers, because they're good for that reason and that reason little. Other than that, it just really puts it. It's not good for your vocab. Like, it really weakens your vocabulary when you rely on curse words or vulgarity for communication. And I don't like that personally, for myself at least. Yosh. No. I think he'll break it himself. No, he didn't. There's a walker out there. I forgot. Let me go back. I need to go inside the tower. No, I still got boss fights. Yes. I was about to be like, this stream is going to be as long as the last one, which is okay. 4 hours is okay. But I didn't expect to take most time. I didn't expect, you know, the type of conversation for today to be while up the character so much. It just kind of happened. And I didn't expect to circumlocute like I normally do. Well, I didn't do too much of that. I said I stayed on each part of the topic relatively the same. Like this, I spent about the same amount of time on talking about each part of the conversation. I spent the most time talking about Knuckles, but then again, I prefaced it by saying that, so I don't think I had to be too hard on myself on that because I knew I would do it, and I didn't set my 2 viewers up for failure by doing that. Okay. My computer's actually pretty charged. I can take it off and charge my phone now. Thankfully. Because I hate having my phone go anywhere below 50% because my phone, due to the fact that I have an Android, as I suggest everyone should have, they're better. If anything, you should get an Android just for that reason alone, because their battery life is magnificent. And I had an iPhone at one time, for that stupid reason, for that one time. That battery trash. Absolute garbage. You can't do shit. They gonna open it for a second. That shit at 50%. Because you can't download music for free off of certain websites, which I just to put it out there, I would gladly buy a lot of the music that I listen to if it was available to me on like the Google Play Store, but not all of them are. So the only way to give money to the people I bump that music to, I would have to like listen to that shit on Spotify. Only occasionally would I be able to buy it on like Google Play. A lot of the artists I listen to, which happen to be composers for game soundtracks. But unless those games were made like in the past, 5 years, I can't buy them digitally. So it's the only way I can bump. I would gladly give Jun Senoi and the Wavemaster. Wavemaster is like the studio that produces most of the music over at Sega. At least all the Sonic music. So I would love to give them all my money, you know? They deserve it, but not all the soundtracks are available for digital purchase / download. So I had to do it illegitimately. Why he flips backwards every time I hit that capsule. What? Something told me I was gonna end up in the wrong position there. Something told me that. And it fucking happened. So my intuition is fucking good in this game. Trying to have a few more rings, but no, the walker said, fuck you, Nick. Damn it, he respawned because I didn't kill him. No, I wasn't fast enough. Hold it. Oh, I'm trying to prepare myself for that chaser, and the next room will be locked into. Because it's always him that screws me over with my rings. This is one of those chases in the next room. Kingdom Valley is probably my favorite level in the game. Primarily for Sonic and Shadow. With Silver, it's... I mean, it's... With Silver alone, I don't like it as much because Silver is, you know, the slowest character of the main three. I still can't believe they can jump at you, bro. Alright, they're all dead. I'm fine, thank you. Just give me a few more rings. We'll actually finish. We're gonna finish a little faster. Just a little bit faster. So. Yosh. We're gonna get a better time score. We already got a good score off of enemy kills, and we're gonna get a good ring bonus. You know what? Fuck these niggas. Or at least fuck him. He led to me losing my rings. Oh fuck, that's right. We do have to kill them. I completely forgot. Luckily, these niggas don't shoot missiles, because that would well, they don't shoot those big missiles that the yellow enemies shoot out at you. Yes. Get my damn ass right. What's up, Mom? Yes, indeed. Konpeki-da. I don't even need to save, but I'm just doing it just because. Did I just make a new record? One of my best rings, or was that already like that? I know I had 100 and something, but I didn't think it was 114. It probably was. Because it was like 107 before doing that light dash? I think. No, it couldn't have been, because I lost some rings because the gunner had shot at me. Okay, now we can do Dusty Desert. And this beginning section is so annoying. It's worse than the hovercraft section in Kingdom Valley. At least for me. Ugh. When I first got to this, it was so easy to tip this motherfucker over because you didn't know exactly where you had to position yourself. Like at this point, you don't know exactly where you got to position yourself, and you're not set up right. Because now you gotta go over fucking hills, and you gotta go slow up these because it's easy for this thing to tip over. So turn that up. Hold on. Yeah, there it is. And you don't know where you're going, and then you end up bumping into one of the pillars, then you're gonna tip over and die. Honestly, you could bump into it slightly and you could tip over. I don't need it, but I'll take it anyway. For 100 points. Alright, we're just at the end. Just about done. See, before this game, the gimmicks in the levels, they actually had, like, they had story significance. Like whatever happened in the event beforehand would dictated why you needed to do a certain thing at a certain point in the level. Adventure 2 and Heroes and Adventure 1 and even the advanced games, like they all did that, but this game they didn't do that. And Rush 1, but this game nah. You just be doing random shit most of the time in the levels. No explanations to exactly why. So it kind of takes you out of the. I was not certain if I was going to collide. If I was going to collide with the dash pad and survive, even just slightly collide with it and survive, or I would just fall off. Now, this part of the level is actually perfectly fine for me. In fact, I would say Shadow Desert is the best in the game, aside from the beginning part. It's the most fun I've had in Dusty Desert. Because it's a little more involved because you actually have more to do in Shadows in this version of it. And it's not as annoying to play around in. It's not as annoying a level to play around in as it would be if you were playing as, because you play as Silver in this section as well. But of course, you know, that has a certain gimmick in it that is fucking ridiculous. And I remember when I got to Iblis Phase 3, and then just by chance I was like, can I actually do that? Can I actually lift this man's giant lava ball? Because you die in one hit if you do not catch it. Ouch. And it turns out Silver can pick up a giant lava ball. I'm talking humongous with his psychokinesis. But this fucker can't pick up a ball that's no bigger than these boxes and move it about a maze. It's not even a maze, but a pathway. And that right there, that sounds like, get the fuck out of my face with this. Like, that actually did piss me off. That's what I was just talking about, you know. Before this game, they were always, whenever there was a gimmick in a level, it pertained, like it had a story significance. You weren't just doing something arbitrarily. Exploit. I forget exactly what that did. I don't even know if it opened this area up or anything. It definitely sounded like it hit him the first time, so I don't know why. Die. Shouldn't I think a Bakugo just came to my mind the moment I said die. Oh shit. Bitch. Popping up at me. It's amazing how much chop some of these good this way. No, I remember that. Whew. I actually want to keep on to my rings. Oh shit. Ouch! Come on. Oh, fucking a hole in me. Fucking shockwave. I was about to go a little closer and then that could have fucked me up. Stole my rings again. This is the most fun I'm going to have playing this game. The Sonic and Shadow set levels, versions of the levels. But, fucking Silver, that's gonna be the tedious part. No, I did. God damn it. I hate that he stopped short. Stop short again. Okay. Stretch. No! How does it happen now, but it didn't happen before? I swear, bro. Oh, man. Come on. Oh, why? I guess this is a good time to take that break and fucking talk about why I love Dr. Eggman, to move on with the topic conversation for tonight, because I cannot believe I fucked up there and I was that almost happened to me when we got to the beginning part of this section, and I did fuck up. He ended up grazing the dash panel and floating onto his safety, and this time it didn't work. It only happened like that because it's not easy to control Shadow when he's going at full speed. So now I gotta restart the whole fucking level. Oh man. No. I was like, I'm gonna take this back to should I just jump right back in? Nah, I'm gonna take that break. Just because that kind of, that made me want to take just a slight break. That was the first fuck up of Dusty trying to get the S right, but we're gonna come back to it because I don't want to get annoyed with it. Fuck, why the frames just dropped like that? So, question is, why do I love Dr. Eggman enough to have him tied up there with Knuckles at number 3? Well, I want to make sure we do this right. Hold on. I just want to go to a whole playlist. And for Dr. Eggman, just like I did with Knuckles, I'm going to use clips to probably explain why. You just need to. Actions speak louder than words sometimes. So I'm going to show you as I describe why. You're gonna see why.
ソニック
お前はドクター・エッグマン。
いかにもわしこそこの世に並ぶもののない天才科学者ドクター・エッグマン様じゃ。
久しぶりだな。
しばらくはおとなしくしていたがな、これからまたちと忙しくなるわい。
また何か悪いことを始めるつもりだね。
今度という今度はわしの邪魔はさせん。おとなしくカオスエメラルドを差し出せばよし。さもなくばどうする。力ずくで奪い取るまでよ。
That's only one. That's only one. I ain't like we saw what before when we were going to do Wild Up Knuckles, but you know, let's go ahead and let's get another one. Hold up.
ソニックソニック・ザ・ヘッジホ
I
ッ
think
グ
tonight
突然現れた謎の一団
why I love who I said my top 5 were. I'll finish up that tomorrow with Shadow and Sonic, but for now I'm just going to finish up the day with talking about Eggman. So
見せてもらおうじゃないか
listen to this.
わしはこの世に並ぶ者なき天才科学者ドクター・エッグマン様じゃ。偶然手に入れたじいさんの日記。そこにはシャドウという名の恐ろしい最高機密兵器の存在が記されておった。しかもそれは50年近くも軍の施設に封印されたまま眠っているらしい。ふん。宝の持ち腐れとはまさにこのことよ。どれ科学史上最高の頭脳とまで呼ばれたわしのじいさんプロフェッサー・ジェラルドの最後の作品、このわしがいただいてやるわい。
Okay, so those 2 introductions for the character. And this is not even, of course, his first appearance in the series. Obviously, it's Sonic 1. But this is when he is able to speak for himself. Because he has a voice actor. I love Dr. Eggman so much. Because not only as a character, but as a villain. But if we just look at him as a character, he is the antithesis of Sonic, as every arch, villain would be for a hero. If Sonic is about liberty and freedom, Eggman is about authority and control. Eggman will use, if there's a means to his end, he will use it. He will try to, anything that he can think of. Usually something that's, destructive, because his thing is, I'm going to destroy everything and then rebuild it in my image. And his ideal city for all that, basically the heart of all of that, what would be the utopian symbol of his society, of his world, is Eggman Land. Just think about that. Much like any villain, he's filled with vice, and the first vice is pride. In order to get pride, you have to deny reality, because the reality is he doesn't own a damn thing other than anything that he creates. His machines, all his robots, that belongs to him. But the world? I mean, it's one thing to say the world is your oyster, you can make of it what you will, but to take control of it, can't control the world, can't control reality, and you definitely can't control other people. But Eggman says, oh, but I can. Washi wa kono yo ni nabaru mono naki tensai kagakusha Dr. Eggman sama ja. Just that alone tells you. The way he introduces himself tells you the type of shit he on. A lot of my favorite villains are the ones that are evil, straight up evil. There is no sob story trying to make you emotionally connect with them. Now, those villains show that purpose. Those are called that archetype would be the fallen. There's the elemental and then there's the fallen. Okay. Eggman would be the elemental. He just is evil. He's he's an authoritarian. He's a despot. You know, he wants to be the dictator, the emperor, the king of all things and all the people. And whatever means he can use to that end, he will use it. But it's almost always a destructive force. Because again, like I said, much like any dictator, what they would do is destroy and then rebuild in their own image. And there have been multiple ones like that in fiction. You know, Darkseid is one that comes to my mind as a big DC and Superman fan. There are others. You have other ones. You can put Lex Luthor there. Although he doesn't always go about it like a typical dictator, but his methods are pretty much the same because he wants. Although his methods are the same in the sense that he still wants complete control, but he likes to be subtle with everything, so he doesn't want people eyeballing him and stuff like that. He's the type to, monopolize, like aggressive, like complete stomping out competition, like no holds barred, like he wants to control everything, but he'll go about it in the competitive sense. Whereas someone like a tyrant like Eggman is just no holds barred. Like, I'm taking over everything, like legitimately. I'm not competing for nothing. It's mine. I'm taking it. You stand in my way, you're getting destroyed right then and there. I ain't competing with you. And who are you to compete with me? He's the Dr. Eggman Sama. Sama is an honorific. He views himself. He's oh my god! Like, there's so much attention to detail with all of these characters, man. And this is one of the reasons why, this is a Japanese series. One of the best ways that the Japanese can convey a lot to you is that they have pronouns and certain honorifics that can be used in that language when they're speaking. And one indicator of that, of how Eggman is as a character, he is a narcissist. He absolutely loves himself. That's why he plasters his face on everything he owns. From, you could, like, Pyramid Cave, like his base in the desert in Sonic Adventure 2. He has his face plastered every fucking where. In his base, outside the base, flags with his icon, with his logo on it, neon signs inside the pyramid cave with his logo on it. The Eggman bomb, it has his logo on it. The cheese and smile. I mean, the egg carrier has his logo. Everything has his insignia. He names almost everything with egg in front of it. The Egg Genesis, the Egg Service, the Egg Emperor, the Egg Walker, the Egg Hornet, even his goons. The Egg Pawn, the Egg Chaser. Like, this man is the complete antithesis of our main hero. And of course, he's his arch nemesis, and that's typically what you do with a villain, is that you make him the opposite of the hero and try to. And in the story, you use the villain to, show and tell us things about the nature of the hero, as well as the nature of the villain themselves. So liberty, freedom, heroism, cooperation, voluntary cooperation, voluntarism, That's what Sonic encompasses as a character. And those are many of the lessons that you learn throughout the series and a lot of the stories. Achieving your dreams, being free to achieve those dreams. Living life, even when things seem, hard on you. Hell, That's a lesson that Eggman learned. Unfortunately, it comes at the expense of others. But he's a villain. He's supposed to do that. And that's why I love it for Eggman, because he's a villain. If he was a hero, or even someone that's supposed to play basically like a trickster role where it comes to morality, you know, like the anti-hero types. Even though I don't like those characters that much, I never have, because, you know, they toe the line and stuff like that. Some of them I like, but that's because, as you know, as characters themselves, they're unique enough in like their personality. Like a Lobo, I love Lobo because he's fucking, he's a comical character, you know. You have a lot of fun with Lobo. He's very entertaining. Or Deadpool, or you know, characters like that. You know, that personality makes up for the fact that, yeah, they play fast and loose with what's right and wrong. And much like a lot of the heroes, like the Boy Scout type of heroes, which are the ones I typically like Superman, you know, those are the guys. Like Superman can deal with guys like Lex and Darkseid, like he understands them. But the guys that are like Manchester Black or Lobo, like those are the ones that actually get to him, because it's like, so these guys, they're sick in the head, like they legitimately are denying reality. But you know that you're not doing the best that you can do. But like the people like just too cool for school. Those are typically the anti-heroes a lot of the time, or at least the stereotypical ones. That always got to question the status quo, which is okay, but to the extent of being complete like you're either just a jerk like Lobo, but your redeeming quality is that you're, you know, like you're endearing because, you know, you have an entertaining personality. Like it's wacky, or like you're wacky and eccentric and stuff like that. Or you'd be like Manchester Black, who's presented as an anti-hero at first, but then you become a villain as, you know, we progress through your story, at least your origin. And for a character like Superman, like I was saying, like that gets to him, because like, so you are fully aware that what you're doing is wrong, and that you don't need to be doing it, but you're trying to like prove a point that, oh, this is lame, or this is dumb. Who are like you're trying to show me up, like you believe like I'm, like I honestly think like I'm better than everyone else, and I'm trying to get them to do it something because I'm right, or I think I'm right. No, it's that I know I'm doing the right thing, but I don't believe I'm better than anyone else. I'm just trying to show everyone a better way. But since you want to be such a little contrarian and not get this your head out of your ass, you got to be doing that stuff. So typically, I don't always like anti-heroes unless they're more like a Lobo, where they have an endearing quality to them, to where I can not cringe at the fact that they're just being a dick for the sake of being a dick because they think it's cool or whatever. But Eggman is just the straight up villain. And he can, and again, just to get back to the point, like his viciousness makes him endearing, because the way he presents himself, he's more comical than many villains. But that trips you up. It's kind of like the Joker. Like his comicalness trips you up for when this real sinister part of him shows itself. His deceitfulness, his outright arrogance, the amount of destruction he's able to cause, and not to mention his, and this is speaking directly to Eggman, his genius. That 300 IQ, it's not just a boast. This man is a genius. What messes him up a lot of the time is his main character flaw, his narcissism, his pride. Like in the boss fight in Sonic 3 and Knuckles, in the flying battery zone. His plan was basically just to repeat his trap for Sonic that he had on the Winged Fortress zone, which is that laser above him, and then he would just shoot down at Sonic to try and kill him. But see, the thing in that zone, Sonic was able to destroy the laser before it could actually do any serious damage to the Winged Fortress. But in the flying battery zone, he only intended just to shoot Sonic down. Sonic couldn't even destroy it. He made it impregnable. But because of that, the design flaw was because it couldn't be destroyed. All it could do is constantly shoot. It wasn't Sonic that was out of luck. It was Eggman, because it ended up again. It destroyed the flying battery zone. And it didn't do that for the Winged Fortress zone. That was a design flaw on Eggman's part. Stuff like that. Eggman's pride is what gets him. Is what destroys his schemes. You can say that for any villain. So yeah, for almost every villain. That's why so many people always say this stupid thing when they try to critique like storytelling tropes. And it's like, no, the villain didn't do this, they would have won. You're right, but here's the thing, though. One thing with villainy is a villain has to be prideful first and foremost to be a villain. Without pride, yeah, they would succeed every single time, or at least the majority of the time. Now, some of the best villains, they get close, like Eggman. A lot of the time, he gets close, and then because of the tenacity of the hero and the adaptableness of them as well, and their competence at at defeating them, they end up succeeding. But to get to one big point that tells you a lot about that, his personal pronoun, Washi. And that is typically, from what I've learned about all the pronouns, is that. Oh, hold up. Hold up. Wait a minute. I heard that. Wait a minute. I heard it. Wait a minute. Oh, shit. My dude. Oh, no, I didn't even see you on here because I was on. Damn, my bad, gamer kid. Hold up. Oh, you hosted me. Thank you, ANCAP. Thank you, my dude. Oh. Hell, the manual really just says go stop Eggman. Hold on, bro. Let me read your stuff. Thank you for hosting me, ANCAP. But let me read your stuff. I was on a roll with the whole thing. All you clickable world, the emulation. It's a really good village. What the fuck is this, like English class? Hey yo, it's just Sonic. Nah, man. I was like my main topic of the stream because I don't like just sitting here playing the game like without talking. But I was talking about my favorite characters earlier, and I was going down the list from 5th up to 1st. I had someone else here beforehand, so yeah. I was just talking about my favorite characters, and I was going through and just explaining it and stuff like that. It's just Sonic. It's one of those games you don't look too deep into. Oh, believe me, it's a lot of depth into it. in the Japanese anyway. Let's say that. If you look back at like what I was talking about before you had came in, then you know what I was talking about. But I didn't know you were in the I didn't know you were in a part of our Discord, Gamer Kid. I did not know that because you know ANCAP. But let me get back to the game because I had to take a break from the level I just played because that shit right there. I shouldn't have died. I should not have died. But I guess I may as well finish up what I was talking about with Eggman. And that allowed me to get right to Shadow while I explain that. But basically, yeah, the biggest reasons why I love Eggman and why he's at number 3 with Knuckles is that, again, Sonic is about liberty and freedom. Eggman is authority and control. Sonic is confident but not narcissistic, you know. He cooperates with people willingly. He wants everyone to be the best part of themselves and be individuals. You don't gotta be like me, you can be like yourself. Eggman, however, manipulation. All those every time. Hold up. And just to add to the conversation, let me do... Hold on. No, I'm already in the playlist. What am I doing? He not only does deception with Shadow and Knuckles. He did it well with the Babylon Rogues. And I love this scene a lot, especially because it's one of my favorite Eggman boss themes.
用があると言ってこの空賊船に乗り込んできたんですわいな。
ちょっとやめてよ。
おやおや、お邪魔でしたかな。
お前か、俺。
He only does that.
クマンってやつがジェット様に用があるって。
用があると言ってこの空賊船に乗り込んできたんですわいな。
ちょっとやめてよ。
おやおや、お邪魔でしたかな。
お前か、俺様に会いたいというやつ。
あなたがあの伝説の盗賊と言われたジェット様ですか。あなたのご活躍は常々聞いております。
お世辞はいい。何の用だ。
何、風の噂でバビロンガーデンの鍵と言われるものをあなたが持っていると聞いたもので。
知らん。何のことだ。
そう警戒されなくても私はあなたの味方です。ご存知でしたかな。バビロンガーデンの鍵はひそひそひそひそ。
なるほど。要はそのカオスエメラルドを集めてくればいいんだな。簡単だぜ。
果たしてそうですかな。
どういう意味だ。俺たちバビロン盗賊団に盗めないものがあるとでも。
いいえいえ、ただこやつをご存知ですかな。こいつは地上最速と言われておるソニックというやつです。私も何度かこやつめにひどい目に遭わされておるのです。
地上最速だかなんだか知らないが、俺様とこのエクストリームギアさえあれば敵じゃないぜ。
And little did Jet know until the end.
マンの日記のようですわいな。
うまくいった。
あの鳥どもはバビロンの財宝が宝石か何かだと思ってるようじゃ。バカめ。古代で最高の技術を誇ったバビロン族。バビロンのお宝とはその技術の結晶じゃ。何でもバビロン族と仲が良かった少年はそれの試作品を渡されて、私は神の翼を手に入れたとまで言ったそうじゃ。そしてその力を使って世界をも支配したらしい。試作段階で世界征服できるもの、一体何が隠されているか楽しみじゃん。
Do you yo, he will use any means to his end. The emperor of the world, the king. Oh my man. Whether it's using a superdimensional life form that allow him to control time. The Chaos Emeralds, which are gems that you can turn your thoughts into power and create a miracle, usually using them as the power source. Trying to uncover the secrets of Babylon and getting their treasures, which he presumed was high technology that allowed him to rule the world. And World Adventure, he tries to harness the power of a beast that is encompassing the inside of the planet. In Adventure 2, he finds out about his grandfather's diary and Shadow, a top secret military weapon. And apparently he's supposed to be the ultimate life form. While I could use him as essentially a servant of mine and try to rule that way. Oh, and then he finds out about the Eclipse Cannon thanks to Shadow, a weapon they can use to threaten the world with destruction and rule that way by having the governments of the world, particularly the president of the United Federation, to surrender. Like this, the perfect villain, and easily appeals to someone like me. And not to mention like any great character, supporting character and villain, like I say, he tells you a lot about the hero. And Sonic is a hero at the end of the day. And almost everywhere Eggman goes, you'll find Sonic. But I'll talk about Shadow and Sonic tomorrow. I'll watch this one last cutscene and then we're going to finish up with Dusty Desert and the boss fights. I just want to get this cutscene right here, which is from the game that we're playing. Hold up. This shit was something else. It's actually been 15 fucking years. I feel old. I actually feel old. I was just a kid. I was just a fucking kid. This was 2006, man. I wouldn't even say time flew. It's just like, it just felt like I stayed in the exact position somewhat. Just got a little older. This shit weird.
はじめまして、それやな広告王女。我が名はドクター・エッグマン。今日はあなたが持つ最悪の炎の秘密、 そしてその鍵となる奇跡の宝石カオスエメラルドを頂戴しに参上いたしました。さあ王女、こちらへ。
こいつは随分と派手な余興だな。
あなたはまさか。
That shit was so clean when I first saw it. It still is. Like, tipped it over with the tip of his shoe.
俺はソニック。ソニック・ザ・ヘッジホッグだ。
いまいましいハリネズミめ、やれ
見つけたぞ、イブリーストリガー。
That's without that one of my favorite intros for Dr. Eggman. That shit right there. Man, just that's one hell of an entrance. Man, just blows up the fucking festival. Has all the egg gunners just drop down, assume attack position, have his guns pointed at all the people in the center of the lower podium there, and then he just descends with the music, just the music just perfectly timed with it. God damn, this series right here is something else. But that's enough character analysis and why I love them so much for tonight. Let's try and get this goddamn S rank. Again, I'm only doing this for practice, considering all the videos I'm in the process of making. And this is going to be one of them. For a whole let's play on this game. Yeah, I did. Fuck. Please, please. Even the slightest bump on that, if I come at it at the wrong angle when I'm dead. Yo, ANCAP and Gamer Kid, y'all still there? Because all I see is this man ANCAP's question, and it wasn't answered. I want him to get some closure. Where was the... No, it is behind those. Alright, good. Oh, at least you're still here, ANCAP. I hope I didn't bore you with my little the little discussion. I had like I was going through like most of the stream as my topic of discussion. I didn't like start stopping myself to analyze stuff until I got to I learned a lot. Okay. Well, that I do know. Yeah. I was just talking about a lot of my favorite characters in the Sonic series, and I was going in depth on my top three, which would be Knuckles and Eggman at 3, tied. Shadow is second, and Sonic is first. And I was basically saying, because I was on Eggman and you came in at that point. I was basically saying that, well, I think you would understand, as a libertarian yourself as well as I, a villain like Eggman. Sonic represents liberty and freedom. Eggman as his antithesis is authority and control. It just, this shit. Man, you came in. I honestly, Cab Elliott, I honestly expected you a little bit sooner. He's Sashi booted or not. See, I did it for you. You already know what it is around here, man. Straight weed. All day, every day. Well, straight weed with anything that happens to be Japanese that I'm playing or talking about. He's honestly probably one of the, without a doubt, the best character to control because he goes at a great speed and he's not hard to move around at his fastest speed. And I don't have to worry about getting dangerous by going over pits. Can you die? I'm so confused. Okay, forget it, because I can't even fucking see. Bro, oh, alright, whatever. Yeah, go ahead and live, I guess. He can literally have walls and coast. Oh yeah. The one thing, Silver technically does the same shit. It's just he has a gauge that prevents him from constantly doing it. But what was I saying to my man's ANCAP? Oh yeah. Basically, one of the main reasons I love Dr. Eggman as a character is because he's the complete antithesis to Sonic, as any arch villain would be to a hero. Sonic's liberty and freedom, cooperation. You know, stuff like that. But Eggman, pure authority. Where is... He would have to be above me. And not to mention Eggman's goofy nature that is meant to trip you up, because once he gets sinister, he gets sinister. Like I was saying, the deception. That's why I turn on that that cutscene to be an example. Like, and any means to his ends, he will use it. Shoot, the type of shit that Eggman tries to do in this game, tries to use a super dimensional. Like I was saying, he tries to use a super dimensional being to become the ruler of time itself, which will allow him, if he does fail to Sonic or anyone, he just rewrite that. For Dark Guy is completely, that's what I'm saying. Like him using Dark Gaia energy, a giant energy beast that allow him to basically all the energy that his plan, like after he flubbed it up, trying to get him out of the heart of the planet, would just harness all the power that he would get from the fragments of his power, and he would use that to fuel Eggman Land. Because in World Adventure, he finally did it. He made Eggman Land his utopia. And how with the energy that he got, that he was going to get from Dark Guy, he could use it to power his robots as well. Ouch. And Sonic Riders, like I just showed off in the cutscene, the Secrets of Babylon, they had, you know, their room to have all these useful technologies. And in general, he would use the Chaos Emeralds, and hell, most of the time the Chaos Emeralds are used. The Chaos Emeralds are used to unlock a certain thing. The Sonic Riders, you use the Chaos Emeralds for Jet's cube in order to be the key to locate where Babylon Garden even was, which is why him deceiving them in the first place was so genius, and setting up the World Grand Prix, because it not only set up Sonic, he not only this is another great thing about him as a villain. He's the way he sets shit up a lot of the time. He plays on the way he can play on everybody's personality. He does it to Knuckles, the Babylon Rogues, Shadow. He does it to Sonic a couple times. Like when he sets up the World Grand Prix, he not only wanted to get the Babylon Rogues involved because he needed them as a tool, particularly Jet, because they had that cube, which was used or could be used to locate where the Babylon Garden was. But he had to get them to the general location where he knew it would be, which would be Sand Ruins. So he set up a competition, right? Now, what he generally knew about Jet was that he was famous for not only being a thief, but also being a master at the extreme gear. And he clearly shown in them talking that, yeah, he's much like his arch nemesis. He's obsessed with proving himself as the fastest, right? And of course, he announced it. He makes a public announcement of the World Grand Prix that he set up. How he set that up without Gunn, you know, having a problem with that, I don't know. Because he's a wanted fucking criminal almost everywhere. I guess the president just didn't care that day. Or at the very least, they were outside of his jurisdiction. Yeah, he's outside of his jurisdiction, let's say that. But before I go on, even if we restrict ourselves to the original 5 games, 1 through 3, K, and CD, he literally attempted to take over time and use a giant gemstone that the manual said led to downfall of an ancient civilization thanks to their greed and misuse of it. Yeah, the Echidna tribe, the Knuckles Echidna tribe, they were power lustful with the exception of Tikal, and that's what led to their death. And of course that mural in Angel Island, and I'm going to talk about that tomorrow when I start analyzing why I love Shadow and Sonic and why they're my top 2, because that ties into Shadow's character. The mural in Angel Island, like, just all of that was prophesized. Just think about that. But Eggman, you know, he knew about all of that. It's just a matter of certain details he could care less about, because whatever gets him to the end, Whatever means that he can use to get to his end, so long as he gets to his end, he doesn't care. His pridefulness will allow him to overlook things, and that's what leads to his downfall in the end. He does it to Sonic sometimes. Cue Supersonic taunting Eggman and Unleash starting cutscene. Oh yeah, definitely. Because not only in Riders, just like I said, like setting up the World Grand Prix, he knows Sonic's gonna do that. Because he already set up the Babylon Rogues interacting with Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles by them stealing a Chaos Emerald. And of course, Sonic's a hero. You know, if he sees that, alright. Looks like something interesting's going on. And then Jet ends up beating him. Now, Eggman didn't anticipate that necessarily, but that just worked in his favor. Because now Sonic, once, during the announcement when Eggman says the World Grand Prix is going on, let me show y'all the contestants. And then he shows off Jet. Sonic's like, Aitsuwa? And then after that, he's like, a battle to see who's the fastest. Sounds pretty interesting. So Sonic was all in. He just wanted to test himself and get back at Jet. And of course, find out what Eggman's up to. Hell in battle? Going into the fact that his grandfather, Professor Gerald, was arguably even more of a genius than he was, or at least, you know, Eggman would like to think so, because he looked up to him, and that's what inspired him to become a scientist. Unfortunately, you know, he has a warped mind, you know, but you know that's what authoritarianism does to you. Okay, now it's time for boss fights, finally. Big Cerberus. Even though he only has one head. I still couldn't believe that. When I first played the game, I wanted to know how to pronounce that shit. I think I said in the last stream. I wanted to know how to pronounce it, the word Cerberus. And then when I do that on Google, obviously, it has the definition there. It says it's a three-headed dog. And I'm like, but this nigga only has one. I'm like, alright then. Alright, seems like I can't beat this boss the same way as Sonic's battle with it, because it doesn't have anything. It doesn't have those statues that do have damage. So the best thing I could do is just hope that I get done fast enough. Which is the main reason I'm replaying this game anyway. The levels and boss fights, so I remember how I'm supposed to approach each level and boss to get the S rank. The last thing I want to do in any of my Let's Plays is be any less than get any less than an S rank / A rank, because I played these games enough to where I basically mastered them. Even this game, as much as I don't like this game much. Objectively speaking, it is not terrible. It is mediocre. Because there are moments in this game where it's actually okay to play. It's just a matter of it not being as well designed as the previous games. That's really it. Move. Oh, right. Fuck. I got it. I gotta run straight. I don't want to mess it up. Okay. Alright. There we go. Hit it twice. Run to the wall. There we go. Original English line. Yeah, that's That's actually precisely what he said in English. That's not an accurate English translation of this. He says a bit more than that, but yeah, the original English script. Yeah, that's exactly what he says. That's all he says. I wish they did change it up because, like you said, yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Like, a lot of this stuff in this game is arbitrary. Like, I was saying that before. Gimmicks in Sonic games, like, for a specific level or boss fight, it has context with the story, like, whatever story event just happened. Like, take for example, like White Jungle in Sonic Adventure 2. There's a reason there's a timer there. It's not merely just to test how fast you can beat the level. The timer is there because the island's about to blow up. That's why it's there. And if you run out of time in the level, then you're automatically done. Or in the Bio Lizard fight, right? The Bio Lizard has a life support system on his back. That's a detail in the story, and with the Bio Lizard as a character or threat. So that's his weak point. You know, it has context. The Sonic games always do that. This is the first game to not do that. Probably the first and only one up until... This may be the first and only one, honestly. Where almost everything that you do in gameplay is arbitrary. Like, it just comes out of nowhere. Like I was saying earlier, you know how Silver, he can pick up a giant fireball from Iblis, but he can't pick up a ball and move it through a pathway. A ball that's no bigger than the boxes we constantly pick up. Alright, alright, yeah. No, Heroes, you have context in what... Heroes in Shadow the Hedgehog, you have context in what you're doing with the level gimmicks. Grand Metropolis. Why are you on automatically moving walkways? Well, that's how the story behind Grand Metropolis is that it's an energy factory that's also a city. And as you go to the power plant, that's the actual factory portion of that area. Well, you know what? You're right on that. I give you that. Egg dealer on a black comic. That made no sense. I'll give you that, actually. I definitely will give you that. Cause shit, matter of fact, let me think about that. Yeah, I would defend Heroes 100%. But Shadow the Hedgehog, yeah, I'll give you that. Cause you fight Eggman like 4 times, 2 or 3 of which don't even make sense. Now, when you're going through the neutral pathway, that makes perfect sense of why you would fight him at all. I'm going to be replaying that too. I haven't played Shadow the Hedgehog in like 7 years. The last time I played it was like 2013, and that's when I first beat it. Alright. Only fucked up there. Honestly, when I was doing this as Sonic, I got the S rank pretty fine because I know the pattern. Problems with Heroes mostly go down to stupidity and lack of reason for later chaotic missions. Well, I don't know what you mean by stupidity, but if you're talking about Well, no, you're saying go down to the stupidity and lack of reason for later. Oh, okay. You're talking specifically about chaotic missions. Okay. Actually, yeah, you're right. The chaotic missions, I've never understood why they do most of what they do. Like, you have to collect Chow like 2 times. It made sense in Lost Jungle only because that's the setup for the boss fight against Team Rose. And that makes sense for the story there. But early on in, what was it, Ocean Palace, there's no real reason to be collecting Chow. Eggman just makes you do that for whatever reason. The hermit crab thing in Seaside Hill makes sense because it was just supposed to be a test. Oh, fuck. I messed up. No. No, what am I doing? No, I'm not paying attention. I'm not paying any type of attention. I kind of understand the torches and the key collecting is very valid. Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, those missions, I would say the Seaside Hill, I don't know about the chip collecting. Yeah, the chip collecting in Bingo Highway, I don't know what the fuck. Collecting rings in Casinoopolis, I don't get that one. The torches, I'm trying to remember the context behind doing that. But yeah, getting the keys in Final Fortress, obviously that makes sense because they gotta free their client, aka Eggman. But the funny thing about that is, Vector ends up punching down the door. Oh, rings in Casinoopolis test. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, now I remember. Yeah. But yeah, getting those keys in Final Fortress ended up being pointless because Vector just ended up busting down the door. Alright, this is something I'm gonna pay attention to. Shadow's fucking helmet attack. Okay. This is the longest boss fight in the game. Or at least, well, I said that yesterday, but in reality it's just the slowest one. Because it doesn't take any long, it's not longer than the Solaris boss fight. But that one I can deal with because it's actually fairly fast paced. And it has a, well, this song is nice for what it's supposed to, like the feeling it's supposed to convey. But ultimately, you cannot beat, I would say the Solaris Phase 1 theme is better than this theme. And definitely the Solaris Phase 2 theme is better than this one. But that's just me. But without a doubt, this is definitely the worst boss fight in the game. Y'all want to say that? This is the worst boss fight in the game? Am I confident in saying that? I don't know. I don't think I am. Maybe the Egg Genesis is silver is the worst one because of how the camera is. Yeah. I would say Egg Genesis is silver is the worst one, and then this one after that. You better put them over here, because the last time when I was Sonic in one run, you fucking put them over there. Fucking God dang it. Sometimes, man. Sometimes. The only reason I restarted is because of the rings. Normally, I find it's best to have 50 rings before beating the boss, which is possible. Very possible. It's not that hard, but you gotta pay attention with Shadow because of his long-range homing attack. With Sonic, because it has a shorter range, I can make it to each individual platform, and I don't have to strategize how I'm gonna move away. I just got 8th in a race in Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing because I went for a high transform out of plane and clipped out of bounds and took 12 seconds to respawn. You hate to see it and you hate to hear about it. God dang, bro. I think that happened, something similar like that happened to me one time. Because honestly, I hate drifting in the airplane mode. I really... That's without the hardest thing to control, at least for me. I don't have too much of a problem doing it in the boat mode. It's just plain. I wouldn't say doing it in the plane mode is trash or anything. It's just harder for me to control. Because I be trying to go as smooth as possible when I'm moving through. It's a good thing I moved when I did, because I didn't pay fully attention to how he was moving. I thought he was going to throw the rocks at me. And now he's doing it. I'm going to go to this middle one. I'm going to go to the middle here just in case. See? Faded to the right. I guess he bases it. Either that's random or he bases it off of the position where you're at and he just chooses to do it in the opposite direction. Oh, this boss fight, man. Caterpillar dance. Bro. That's all he really does for his animation. There's nothing. I knew it! I knew he was going to do that. Because I didn't stay in one spot long enough to deceive him. Come on. Come on. There's nothing else, man. Just this. Every other boss is better. Stop! My rings! No! I could have just... Oh, if I had just stayed still. Oh my god, if I had stayed still. I could have stayed still. When I jumped, that's what hurt me. Yeah, I've seen people do that, but I'm just one to well, with Sonic I wouldn't give a fuck, to be honest, because he has the gems. Okay, final hit. Now let me get back over here. That way he goes to a desired position. Oh shit! No! I was not doing that again. No sir. Well, I didn't get no fucking S rank. And I don't feel like redoing that. I've already proven that I could do it. I was just trying to practice getting the S rank again. Oh, an actual enjoyable boss fight again. What a great fucking theme to add. Mephistophelies. Mephistophelies. It's actually this is. It doesn't have the O. The tricks are useless. That's basically it. This theme, man. I will border. You know, I'm about to bump this shit. Hold up. Nah, let me mute myself. I don't want that extra feedback. This shit. Come pick it up. Hideaki Kobayashi. That nigga did his. That was one of his compositions, and goddamn, nigga did. All right, silver. Kind of forgot how to approach this. Silva no toss. Why do I keep doing no or O? Because that's in like that's actually in 2 other boss loading screens. Corredora, where you at? That is significantly better than I said this yesterday, but Corredora. Oh my fuck. Oh my fuck. That's Shadow. Why do you have to be so slow on leaving the fucking move? Get a shovel. Took a while to get to something. Nah, restart, because you gotta get it within like a minute. That is significantly better than, how about this? Take this. This nigga trash as fuck. No, no, let me go. Oh my god, bro, let me go, please. Oh my fuck. I may have to restart today. Yeah, bro. Yeah. We're here for S ranks. You know I didn't get one against fucking Iblis. But I had to change my system settings on my 360 to Japanese so I can play this game in Japanese, because I can never go back to. It's one thing to go back to the original English VAs. It's another to go back to the fucking 4Kids VAs. How about this? Take this. It's no use. No. Whoa. 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 He just. Whoa. Can you like grab something? Nigga, stop moving like that. Let's see if I can still do it, even though I'm over like a fucking. No. Just under it. Nah. No. We're getting it. They're fucking getting it. ain't gonna lie to you, this beer shit is actually a good way to go. I was standoffish about it for a while. I ain't think it would look good for me. And then I tried it. Yeah, this shit is serious. Just gotta let it grow out even more. Not a lot more, but a little more. Grab something. Oh my god, bro, why you move like that? You just be hopping and then. Where you at? Gotcha. No. That ain't it. It's just under it, bro. I should have got the extra rings. It came to my mind to do it. One last time. We're going to get this. God, right. Oh, shit. So, Silver Toss. I believe I maybe it's a little bit on that. I'm gonna have to check myself later. Nigga, if you don't grab something, you have barrels right there, bro. Oh. Oh, shit. Come on, I'm ahead. Gotcha. The ring! Got it! Alright. Oh! Yo, this is so dependent. This one is very dependent on the damn time bonus. Oh, man. I'm just gonna. It's not even really me, it's him. This nigga is in the pathway of the items. He just not. No. I think it's because he be hopping. So his placement is based off that. He not always running. Oh my! Oh, yours. God fucking damn it, Shadow. I lost first and went. I lost first and went down to 8th by clipping it. Oh shit. Oh man. That right there. No sir. If it couldn't happen to me, I would be fucking pissed. I'd just get off the damn game. Twice? I'm going to go away. Alright, this should give me it. Because that's faster than the original time I got. More clips of Mario Kart Wii. Man, don't even get me started. That game right there, talk about cheap. I mean, let's not even get to the fact that that blue shell is coming out basically 100% of the time. It don't even matter what, it really don't even matter. You could be on 50cc and that shit would just majority of the time come out and you just getting smacked. It's the only Mario Kart I don't like because of that. Now this is one of the bus. Like, I think the egg service bus fight is pretty much the only one that has no context behind why the arena or why the boss is set up the way it is. Because this one, I knew I was gonna happen. I kind of forgot. Like this one, there's context behind it because of what happened in the cutscene prior to it. Like Knuckles makes all this black goop pop up, which basically allows him to send all his little copies, like the dummy forms of himself, in there, and then spawn into giant dark creatures here. Fuck! I'm not paying attention. This is why cameras must focus on boss. Nah, I'm gonna need them rings. Like he throws all those little dummy copies of himself in this black goop, which allows them to group up and spawn out of it. Lower your head. Oh my god. I'm glad I did not get hit by that nigga shit. Calm down. Yes, indeedy. Head. Daughter. What's the matter, Mephiles? Can't handle the power from the ultimate. Everybody can see. Gotcha. What you thought this was, Mephiles? Be right back, okay? I can launch it. I did it faster than I thought. Normally he would, actually no, he would do that when I'm thinking of. He would make all of those copies himself and then make you go up in the center of the room. Only if you run out of energy. It's probably the fastest I ever beaten him, I think. That definitely had to be the fastest I've ever beaten. 100%. I'm telling you. But, see, my man just said you'd be right back. What was it that I didn't get in this rank on when I was going through? You know what I just got reminded of? Yesterday, I was going through Sonic. I didn't get an S-Ring on Flame Core. I didn't get one on Crisis City, but that's pure game reason, not me. This was me plus game fuck up. So I'm going to redo this because I only got an A rank. Because they screwed me out of my rings at the very end. I had at least a clean 100 plus rings. Just about. I see you're back. Well, we're about to finish up with the Flame Core with Sonic because I didn't get the S rank yesterday when I was running through this. I got an A rank because when I did the bound attack to go down the final pit to where the gold ring is, I get hugged up on the wall. I still go straight down, but then I get pushed over to the side into the lava that's surrounding the bottom ground. Oh yeah, of course. Where else would you put it? All right. The only level I ever really used the gems on is aquatic base. And Kingdom Valley. I just pray that Matter of fact, what I'm going to do, because it's every other time where you will not be able to make that light dash that's gonna come up soon. This track right here, called what is it? The Volcano or is it just Volcano? Yeah, it's just called Volcano. This thing right here would, I think I made like the cavern a little more, only because it's like very chill. Even though I listen to more intense songs more often than not. Like so does he. Yeah, this right here, I don't feel like it today. I don't feel like it. Fuck that. It's every other time it'll fuck you up. Oh, right. Fuck. Yeah. Fuck that. Talk about what? I've actually been able to keep my rings for the most part, and I think I just jinxed myself. I ain't gonna lie to you, I think I really did jinx myself. No! Even when I slowed it down, I saw it coming, but I didn't think. I did not think. Keyboard mash. I'm so confused. Mouse. XZDSA. Yeah, confusion. I don't know what that is. See, this is a, advanced darkness time of hours, and my brain isn't as quick like that. Go up here. Get this invincibility. Because I love this theme, and you barely get an opportunity to get invincibility in this game. Because I was pressing keys on the game without realizing it was focusing on Twitch chat box. Oh, okay. Tomoyo Otani made the best Sonic theme in the series. I like his world, and every rendition of it is just fucking amazing. I love It Doesn't Matter both versions so much, and even the short version in Sonic and the Black Knight. But his world is just on a different level. Both songs really do speak to the character of Sonic, and they're great themes for that reason. They're a great character theme, and they're great songs by themselves. Just as songs, they're great, but as both a theme for Sonic the Hedgehog and just a theme song in general, that shit. Every rendition of it has so many. It has so many versions, and they're all fucking amazing, and they just fit whatever type of tone you needed to set. Whether it be a final boss theme, just a regular character theme, an instrumental theme for an action sequence, an instrumental theme for a trailer. Like, just talk about magnificent. Or even just use the main melody in a different track. Like one of my favorite songs. Oh my god, my goodness. You fucking asshole. One of my favorite songs in this game, one of my favorite uses of his world is the song called "Wishing Upon the Chaos Emeralds." Yeah, fair and balanced, as all things should be. What the fuck? Just getting my points. All right. Yeah, this is the part I fucked up at. I lost most of the rings that I had. At least 45 is enough. Here's World 2-2 Sonic Warrior. And Night of one of my favorite. Bro. Okay, so for me, it's his world. It doesn't matter both versions. Night of the Wind. You Can Do Anything, which is 2-2 Sonic Warrior. Cosmic Eternity. Fucking Flamethrower by Boot. That's the one. Most of the time, I don't have a problem with it. For whatever reason, I'll get the timing right to where I won't have to deal with it. But no, not that time. No, I could have had more rings at the end of it. Did I get an S rank? I wasn't paying attention. I definitely had to have. I got an S rank, right? Did. Oh, okay. You put LMAO before you put yep. I was like, don't play with me now. I was not paying no attention. I was not going to go through that again. Oh man, I really did all of this shit, bro. All of it. S-rate. Everything, right? I got every fucking thing. Oh man, I remember that. What was it? Late summer 2014. I didn't play the game fully until summer 2012. Oh man. The summer 2014, I was like, let me go ahead and 100% the game so I don't have any excuse to play it again. Because, you know, it would eat at me if I didn't 100% it, like I did for most of the other games. Yes, I did. You don't understand. When I say I'm a diehard fan, you know, I mean that in every sense. Like, I gotta, pretty much everything has to be done. I have to, can't let anyone surpass me on the fan tip. It plays it. It's one of the credits themes. It plays it. It's one of. It's two. It plays at Sonic's end credits, in the Sonic episode. I actually do like this. I like Sweet Sweet better than Sweet Dream only because they're both great. The English version. The English version is Sweet Dream. Sweet Sweet is the Japanese version. And I actually tried to look for the Akon mix. But I can't find that on like the regular soundtrack. I think that's something separate. It's weird. I just want the Akon mix because I want the soundtrack to be complete in my phone, you know. Shit. This mix just takes me back to 2006. Just listen to the way our rap artists were at the time. Chill. No one does that no more. Chill. No one. Yo. Oh my god. Niggas really used to be doing that. Chill. Oh fuck. Oh man, that takes me back. Can't believe the 2000s, man. That's really like the PlayStation really hit PlayStation 2 really hit 20 years this year. Like what is that? Jill, I don't hey, I don't know nobody that be doing that. Maybe as a joke. I don't be hearing them. I can see somebody doing that as a joke. I don't know about them doing that. I don't know about them doing it if they was like seriously like rapping or anything. That's what most trap remixes sound like anyway. Well, I don't even listen to trap music like that because it's not my thing. You know, I can't listen to that. I just fuck out of here. The only time I ever hear it is when I'm with some friends and like we out and we're in the car and it's just that type of mood at that time. If it was my car and I had that, we wouldn't be listening to that shit. I mean, I listen to pretty much anything, but I just can't listen to anything that just sounds dumb. Like, it's just a bunch of nothing. It's literally just a bunch of nothing. And if it's not oh man, I that's all I really can say. It's the simplest way. I listen to rock, metal, hip hop from like the 90s. I can listen to fucking New Jack Swing type stuff. I can listen to jazz. I can listen to fucking I listen to chiptune music from a lot of games. I can listen to blues orchestra, like any of that shit. I've even heard some pretty good country songs, man. But shit is sometimes it depends on like the artists and certain genres I typically don't listen to. Like I don't listen to hell even industrial because there are a lot of good composers that do some good work with that. Like the Batman Beyond soundtrack, that right there, that shit bump. Or a lot of Dr. Eggman themes and that are composed by Jun Sonoy. I ain't gonna lie to you. Tomoyo Otani's soundtrack on no, I don't ever play SRB2. I've never played it. I think I looked at maybe 2 videos of it and that was about it. I don't play too many Sonic fan games, honestly. The only if I do play one, it's going to be one that's designed just like the regular games. Like what is that? Sonic Dimensions. I've been playing every update of that ever since the dude started making it. It's absolutely worth playing. Okay. I shall give it a try. You know, I kind of don't want to just sit here in the menu thing because I was done with gameplay stuff for today. It even has an absurd amount of mods, even more than Generations. Like, it's scary how many there are. Is it more than Generations? Because if you're saying scary how many there are, I would imagine it's more than that game. Oh my shit. You can play as Spiral the Dragon with a full moveset in the levels of 2006. It's way more than Generations. Let's see. Well, I just thought of something. I wanted to show this scene, even though I showed it last night, like before I like got to the gameplay yesterday. I just wanted to showcase this cutscene, the infamous cutscene of this game. But I'm not. 2.1 has a lot more mods than 2.2 currently, but 2.2's modding scene is much higher quality in general. Soldana. But yeah, I'm going to showcase another scene just to talk about it. Not even just to talk about it, but like actually sit and look at it. I was gonna wait to showcase it again until like I was ready to replay the end of the world and the final boss. And I really like this. The game's story is actually pretty decent in Japanese. Its main problems is they weren't able to really go into detail. Like they would have been able to refine the story, of course, if they were given the right amount of time. But Shiro Maikawa and Kyoko, I forget her last name, but she's one of the main writers on Sonic X. She's a good writer, and she also she wrote for this game and she wrote for World Adventure. And she's a pretty good writer for the Sonic games and the Sonic characters. She does well. But in this game, alongside of Shiro Maikawa, who's the best writer in the whole series, bit loud. I mean, I was going to leave it that way because, you know, because cranial momentum. I don't know what you mean by that. I guess what you mean is how, I guess, fast it went through. But their, the relationship that they had was purely platonic. It's just she grew to like him a bit more than that. That was all. But my thing to counteract how this has become like a very controversial scene. At face value, I can see why someone would think that, but considering how, if you're okay with an anthropomorphic animal talking and stuff, let alone just all the crazy shit that goes on in the series, and even like how the world of Sonic is run, how humans and anthropomorphs do live together, like basically as one. They don't really like. There's no real problem with that. It's normal. And Sonic is not the only work of fiction to have interracial like fucking relationships, like a human and a anthropomorphic animal or anything like that, or a human and sub alien. Like, it's not, people really cringe at it with Sonic, but what other work of fiction that has a similar setup like that, where it's like a regular human Who Framed Roger Rabbit, that's what I'm saying, like stuff like that. It's okay for this other stuff, and a lot of people that tend to shit on Sonic 06 for this scene, they happen to be into stuff like Who Framed Roger Rabbit, or like say some shit like in Futurama, Amy and what's the alien dude's name? The green alien dude. I forgot his name. Come on, Cat Elliott. I know you can do this. I don't know if you're Googling it. I don't know. But just know that the point is, like, people really, they have this cognitive dissonance when it comes to Sonic. I don't watch Futurama. Oh, okay. That explains why it took so long. That's actually a shame, man. But, basically, yeah, the point is that there's such a cognitive dissonance when it comes to Sonic and the gaming scene. He's he's the third biggest mascot, and second biggest mascot, and then third best selling series right after Mario and Pokemon. And yet, and this goes to a bigger point with 06. 06 didn't tarnish the fucking series. It was the way that critics perceived it and how they, from X-Play to reviews and like those type of shows and stuff at the time, and then articles like GameSpot and shit like that. And then 6 years later, we get to like 2012, when pretty much every prominent game reviewer gets to the point where they want to start talking about the game, and most people rip on it. Now, certain people bring up the fair criticisms of the game from its gameplay specifically. I would challenge pretty much all of them on the analysis of the story, primarily because all of them only consumed the English localized scripts, which is a terrible representation of Sonic, and only diehard fans like me actually give a shit about going in depth and learning the true nature of the characters in the lore and how the story is supposed to be presented. So they take a moment like they take this entire moment and just over exaggerate. Like there are certain things in this game that people just over exaggerate. Like the glitches. Glitches is not why this game is a problem. Like it's poor game design. There are moments in this game like you can play it regularly, but for the most part, there's a lot of poor design choices. Like a dash panel in front of a fucking fire crater. There's already other love interests at play for the public, specifically Amy and Sally Acorn, even though only one canonically exists in any canon. Sonic isn't a character for love like that. Yeah, you're right. Sonic isn't a character for love, but it's not like it can't be expressed to him. And by the way, I would challenge you on that because Sonic does show that emotion to the female characters. It's just a matter of he's not for relationships. It is in character for him to show that, but Sonic overly sappy. I mean, that's not overly sappy because it's like a lot of characters die. A lot of characters, like there's plenty of emotional parts of this series. Of course, yeah, it's not like bogged down with it ever, and this game isn't even bogged down with it. Well, let me read your whole thing. Sonic and the character of love, and the way that they made Sonic overly sappy for Elite. And he wasn't even sappy for Elise. I mean, if you ever seen him interact with any female character, almost any female character, Amy's the only one he acts different around is because she's aggressive, you know, with her flirtation. That's why he's a bit off-puttish with Amy, but not to the point. That's the problem with the English script. They rate him like a dick, whereas in the Japanese, he just, you know, he likes Amy. He just doesn't want her to be so forceful. That's why most of the time when like she initially appears, he'll like back away or something like that, because he's just prepared for her to like you know, pounce at him and stuff like that. But Sonic does show like interest in a lot of the female characters that he interacts with. You know, he's nice to them and stuff like that. He'll give them a flower and shit like that and try to take them on a little adventure just to, you know, cheer up their day. He does it with Blaze. He does it with Elise. He does it with Cream, Amy. You know, you're going to count Sonic X. Oh, shit. He does it with Helen. Not Helen. Oh my god. No. Oh my god. No. I forgot the girl in the wheelchair. I can't believe I forgot her name. The girl in the wheelchair. It's just relationships. You know, Sonic's not into that because he's about freedom, you know. Any restrictions on his life, you know, that's not something that he wants to do. He's perfectly fine with friendships and stuff like that, but, you know, the connotations of, like, marriage, that's why he scoffs at it every time Amy brings it up. He would say that to anyone. He doesn't like seeing people said. He does it with Chris, Tails. Hell, he does it with Blaze to cheer her up. Even though she doesn't cry, it's a matter of she take things too serious. She needs to lighten up. Let me actually get to that. Hold on a minute. It's actually, hold on. No. It's a little before this. Pause. Wait a minute. Almost there. Wait a minute. Right there.
本当にありがとうございました。なんとお礼を申し上げたら。お怪我を。
なんでもないさ。
いえ、いけません。ごめんなさい。私のせいで。
スマイル。その笑顔で礼は十分さ。
Now I don't know what you have to say about that. The more accurate line there. Flirt that aggressively? How is that flirting aggressively? He's not flirting at all. But even in the jungle scene, he's he treats her just like anyone else that he's friendly with. And the way Sonic is as a character is try to get someone to see that life is not so harsh. And he almost always is around people who initially don't understand that. Tails, when he first met him, was insecure and not confident. Knuckles was untrustworthy and easily provoked in the fighting. Shadow, before he had his change of heart, he basically was bent on killing him and had a very pessimistic outlook on the world. Blaze, completely antisocial. With the line just now in the Japanese script isn't as bad as that what you're talking about? I just want to clarify that before I read the next one. Exactly. That's what I'm getting at, you know. But most reviewers that Americans see are American, and a very large portion of the more vocal side of the internet is American. Yeah, of course. Yeah, believe me, I understand that. And that's the problem, is that, see, that line is actually a lot better. That's what I was getting at. But that's the thing, though. A lot of there are at least like two of them that have a big influence that like really got big off of like their reviews of Sonic 06. Like really saw a big jump in their viewership, and that's Clement and Some Call Me Johnny. And these are two guys that proclaim themselves to be pretty much diehard Sonic fans, especially Clement. But again, if you're as I'm not the one to get like real elitist, but if you call yourself a diehard fan, I would think you would try to get as much information about the series as possible. And if you do, you would have come to the conclusion this is a Japanese franchise. I kind of already know that, at least based off Adventure 1 and Adventure 2. Adventure 2 is something that, much like me, Clement has played a lot because that's his favorite 3D game. He knows that there are a lot of translation errors, there are a lot of mishaps in this with the story. So clearly there would have to be some disconnect, and maybe he has to search for that. But then again, only people It's funny how this overlaps. If you're the type of person that watches anime and you're okay with watching dubbed, let alone only dubbed, then that'll kind of dictate why you would not do that in the first place. Go out of your way to get a more accurate translation of the material. And clearly only I am the type to get that, to have the inclination to do that. So yeah, that's the thing. And it doesn't help that Sonic Team and Sega of Japan and America don't pay attention to marketing. Like that, I believe that there should be no English dub of anything. There's no point in doing that, because if you're going to distribute a subtitled version of the original Japanese, it defeats the purpose of having an English dub. You could just put the accurate translations there. You don't need to recontextualize what is said just so it sounds better in English, because that's all dubs do. Even the best ones like Cowboy Bebop's dub do that, instead of just leaving the original meaning intact. And again, because it's a Japanese property, it's like the way the characters are going to be written, they're going to say certain things that'll perfectly convey what type of character they are, just based off the language, the way it's utilized compared to English, which is in many ways very straightforward. It doesn't tell you much about the person unless you dissect the vocabulary that they choose to use. That's the best thing you can do in English to decipher the type of character that someone is. Whereas in Japanese, they have personal pronouns and shit like that. But anyway, let's watch the scene. I just wanted to get that out the way. I really like this scene because the way that the story was built up to this point. Obviously, it needed a few kinks to iron out, quite a few. But overall, if you look at this scene as like a culmination of everything that's ever happened in the series, like the mere fact that Sonic was killed, and it's the first time that we see that the Chaos Emeralds truly are miracle gems because of what happens in the scene following. Like that really brings everything into perspective of just like all of what we've been learning. Like ever since Adventure 1, we've been going more in depth with the lore of the series, and this game really goes big in showing just how much of a miracle these gems can produce. And I'm gonna shut up because I love the scene, the song, and I just.
奇跡の宝石カオスエメラルド、どうか私の声を聞いて。この世界を救いたい。お父様の生み出してしまった罪を償いたい。もう一度あの人に会いたい。私はあなたにたくさんのものをもらった。だから今度は私の番。私はどうなってもいい。だからお願い。ソニック、帰ってきて。私たちのところへ。
ありがとう、エリス。
Yeah, I know the mic was off. I was, still reading though. But let me go through again. I don't want to. A large importance to a game is if a version of a game or media is worse by a major factor, it's still a ding against it. A large importance to a game is its accessibility. And if a version of a game or media is worse by a major factor, it's still a ding against it. Well, I would say that against this specific version of the game. Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. But I mean, you could say that for, well, you didn't mention, you said or media is worse by a major factor. I mean, yeah, I would say like a ding against the creators and producers is that they don't consider that fact, and that's kind of been a problem ever since. I mean, that's, you know, because a lot of Japanese products, particularly video games, like the most popular game series are Japanese. Even to this day, I mean, from Super Mario to Sonic to your Pac-Mans, your Street Fighters, your Smash Brothers, your Zeldas, your Pokemons, I mean, your Resident Evils, I mean, name one in this, you're gonna find that it's originated in Japan. So that's what I'm mostly getting at. I mean, you could say this across the entire game industry for years, up until recently, for the most part. But even then, it's like the vast majority of them, they don't. People will remember a media in their own language if there's a version in their own language. Yeah, you're right. But I still, and when you fail to translate a game, it will leave that horrible language as a stain. Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah. But then the problem becomes on the people who will critique something based off of what is false, and the fact that they don't make the attempt to see what they're consuming is the true version. Then when they go and try to critique it, then it's a knock against them for not like it gets to a whole thing about being objective. And whenever you do analysis, I would tell you to always be objective. You can be subjective if you want, but you run into a dangerous thing there, because you got to pay attention to every word you say. Because the moment you get something like objectively wrong, then you look like a damn fool, and no one likes being looking like a damn fool. It's the best reasonable accessible version to them. It's the true version. No, it's not the true version. That's a lie. You may think it is, and that's why I was getting at, like, subjectively speaking. If you may have consumed that first, that doesn't mean anything at the end of the day, because that's not the true version. To you, it might be, but that's not the reality of the situation. It may not be the original version. What do you mean it may not be the original version? But it's the version that they are to experience without outside influence. It may have been presented to them as that, but again, the reality is it's not. And eventually they're going to find out that it's not. That's like That's like taking a can of Pepsi, and then you redesign the can and say it's Dr. Pepper. It may have been presented to you as a Dr. Pepper, but the reality is it's a Pepsi, and something about it could clue you in on it, or someone told you outside of you. And you're right. For a while, you're gonna think that's the case, but again, eventually, you're gonna find out whether you seek it on your own or someone tells you. Either way, the point is, your viewpoint is based on the lie, the false version of whatever it is. That's the thing. And I understand that most people are just not going to know, but the way people get when you try to explain to them that when you start critiquing their critique, like, this is where you're wrong on this point, you didn't consider this point, I would highly suggest you revise this point because you're missing this context. Stuff like that. It's not false in the end. It's Suga released it. It is false in the end. They only did that because of marketing, because they knew because most people would just rather consume it that way because it's simpler for them. Most people don't think about it that way. But what I'm saying is, don't even worry about that sometimes. Because in the end, it screws you over, as it has. The perception of Sonic, this is why I would call this the real dark age of Sonic, like the past 10 years. Because there's been a misconception of the brand, the character, and all of that. Why is that? Because, well, Sega let it happen. They got scared of one game. The reception that one game, this game got. And they changed the entire, by 2010, they changed the entire direction of the series. The entire direction. The way the characters are portrayed, the way the lore is, the way the gameplay is. And Izuka, being the head of Sonic Team, he got scared his damn self. You can find plenty of interviews on that. And that's why he's so hesitant on Adventure 3 or a game that's based on that same fundamental design. Despite the fact that it worked with Adventure 1 and 2. But because the 06 was basically using the same design as those two, it's just like the portrayal of the game stories and only a quarter. The portrayal of the bigger player here is Ken Penders has nothing to do with anything as far as that is concerned. If you're talking about the games, Ken Penders has nothing to do with what happens with the games. The only thing that he had an influence on with the games was when Sonic Chronicles: The Dark Brotherhood came out. Such as, you said the betrayal of the game stories and only a quarter to do with 2006. The only thing that he had a claim on, even though it's illegitimate, was certain bits of Echidna lore, even though the Dark Brotherhood had Shade, which was a completely new, a complete new character done by the BioWare team. So I don't, in collaboration with, Sonic Team collabed on that, if I remember correctly. I have a 11-second latency, so that's why I respond a bit. Oh, okay. I bet. But where are you getting the information that Penders had some? Because I'm telling you right now, Penders had no influence outside of the fact that he had rights on Echidna characters, period, besides Knuckles, of course, and like to call in the Echidna trip. Well, campaigners in his lawsuit made it so Sonic can only be portrayed in ways he hadn't been in the comics. For example, he can express extreme negative emotions. Okay, but where are you getting this from? I'm actually very curious because in all my years analyzing all this stuff and just being in the community, the only thing Penders he literally legally cannot lose. The only real influence he had was on the games that I know of. Unless you have a source that's reliable that you can show me, because I'm very curious. The only thing that he has had an influence on and changing was Sonic Chronicles: The Dark Brotherhood, to where they couldn't reuse shade and whatnot because he made a bullshit claim that was infringing on his copyright of characters. Basically, like the likeness of her was similar to like Sonya. I didn't know this is this. I'm actually like super duper extra splendiferously curious right now because I know a lot, but I know I could be missing at least one tidbit of something because I can't possibly know everything. So I'm actually willing to know, buddy. Alright, let's fuck. This is from the Sonic. These guys on this website are fairly accurate on most of the things they talk about, but doesn't mean that we can't double check. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna put this on screen. Hold on. Let's put it on screen. Oh fuck! They just skipped mandates. Get out of here. There was a highlight. Oh yeah, the pre-Genesis wave stuff. But familiar, I met all the that's just a quote. As per the legal settlement of the case, new and increased mandates from Sega Incorporated were put into effect in any and all Sonic the Hedgehog related contents, including but not limited to games, television series, TV, and even comic books. For Archie, Sonic the Hedgehog comic series specifically, as relevant to the legal case, the following mandates in effect were, but not possibly limited to, as follows: Sega specific original characters were not permitted familiar relationships unless already established, like Cream the Rabbit and Vanilla the Rabbit, with some limited exceptions, e.g. Charles ACP exclusive characters Sally, Rhoda, and Antoine were permitted, however. Use of Ken Pender's characters or any of his content from the pre-Super Genesis wave was forbidden, although settlement granted ACP legal use of his creations under limited conditions. Reasons for not doing so are not disclosed to the public by either ACP or Sega Incorporated as of this time. Content from certain games were not permissible. Metal Overlord from Sonic Heroes, Black Doom and from Shadow the Hedgehog, all characters and content with exception of original Sega characters from Sonic and the Chronicles of the Dark Brotherhood. That's what I was getting at. Like that was like the big thing, and that's the main thing that he had an influence on as far as the games were concerned. But as far as This is yeah, like I'm saying, like this is mostly related to the comics. But we'll keep reading. And you know what's funny about that is, or at least for as long as they were with Archie, that was a whole thing. But since they've been with IDW, and I bring that up because Metal Overlord makes an appearance, and Metal Overlord is in the recent is in one of the initial arcs of the IDW comics. Which one? Hold up. Hey man, is fuck. No, that's not it. That's not it. Let go. Fuck. There we go. Yeah, issue 11. I still got it in the packaging because I've been slow on reading these. Like the last time I read an issue was 2018. Man, I've been watching a lot of shows in the past 2 years, so I had to get back to reading comics, superhero and Sonic related. So yeah, it's funny that at that time I didn't even know that at that time, but it's funny because they do technically do the whole Black Arms thing again, and they have like a cameo appearance of Black Doom, and in the Archie comics before they ended around like 2014. What was that dude's name? Eclipse. Yeah, he basically takes the reins as like the leader of the Black Arms. But let's keep reading. All characters. Replacing said characters with post incarnations, however, was permissible. Maximilian Acorn. Okay. Archie Comics Publishing were forbidden to reference Sonic the Hedgehog, the movie, Sonic Underground, or Sonic. I think when it says Sonic the Hedgehog, that's talking about the OVA. That's definitely talking about the OVA. Because it's not like... Because when I read that, I just immediately thought the one that came out this year, but this happened a little over 15 years ago, so it's like... ACP was forbidden from using the character Dr. Eggman Nega unless specifically granted permission from Sega Incorporated. Sonic's home planet was no longer permitted to be referred to as Mobius, be it Light, Dark, Prime, or otherwise. So in reality, what changed was just how the supplementary material that was not produced by the Japanese side of things, they were restricted. Most of the stuff I know about, all that legal shit that happened with Penders, is specific to him. This stuff right here, I didn't know. I know it's... it can be a reincarnation or a renaming and still be illegal for those two. These rules, unless stated otherwise, affect all media pertaining to Sonic. I mean, bro, we're gonna keep I don't want to say what I was about to say just yet, because I want us to get through the whole thing. So let me reread that. Sonic's home planet was no longer permitted to be referred to as Mobius, as it shouldn't be. Be it Light, Dark, Prime, or otherwise. Only one Metal Sonic was permitted for appearance, but no multiples. With the exception of the character Nicole, allowing affected characters to remember the previous universe. These memories forced to fade and be rendered irrelevant. Character depictions such as classic Sonic, classic Tails, classic Eggman, or any other classic depictions of Sega's characters were not permitted unless permission is given directly from Sega Incorporated. However, some ACP publications show scenes of the classic characters in shadow silhouettes or bear resemblance to them in flashbacks. This mandate appeared to have been lifted as of the 25th anniversary of Sonic the Hedgehog franchise. However, Sonic was not allowed to lose. He could be put down and experience hardship, but was not allowed to completely fail. I mean, to be fair, if they're talking specifically about the comics, I mean, I can't remember a time he truly failed. I mean, unless he lost in a race or some shit. Maybe that, but maybe a fight. So far, as I'm reading this, it's really just pertaining to the comic books, is what it seems. It seems they were trying to keep it fairly consistent adaptation of the games, kind of like Sonic X's. Sonic X is fairly close to how the game's continuity is, and stuff like that. Main and no significant characters were forbidden to form intimate or love relationships. ACP exclusive characters. All this is referring to Archie comics. What Archie comics, like this stuff I already knew. I already knew because of all that shit with Penders, how the comics were handled. Sega decided to change it up completely on how things were handled, and clearly they wanted it to be for that reason, because they basically had to gradually forget about the original Archie characters. And this is how the IDW comics are. They're closer adaptations of the games, which I'm fine with. I prefer the storytelling in the games as opposed to the comics anyway, because even with like fucking, what was his name, Ian Flynn, and whoever the hell else has written the book besides him. Most of the books I read, like post Genesis wave, they're pretty good. It's just, he's definitely a better writer, and he definitely understands the characters a lot more than, say, fucking fuck the name? Pontac and Graf. I forget both their individual first names, but them niggas right there, no sir. I would take Ian Flynn any day. He's a good storyteller. He's a good writer for the characters. He understands them pretty well. Just, Shiro Maikawa, Akinori Nishiyama, like those guys are the main ones that like expanded the lore well, and they did Adventure 1, 2, Heroes, fucking the Rush games, and Black Knight, stuff like that. But let me see if you said anything. Gotta check the chat, of course. Let's talk about the games, comic shows, movies, anything pertaining to the franchise. But they want to maintain an image that is not to incur Pender's wrath. But bro, we're going to finish reading this. But what I'm trying to get at here is that most of what I'm reading is mostly pertaining, even though it says. And this is with almost any legal thing with a franchise. It may say it includes all the other stuff, but if it points out it's specific, like this pointed out specifically, hold on. Where we at? As for legal settlement of the case, new and increased mandates from Sega Incorporated were put into effect in any and all Sonic the Hedgehog related contents. Okay. Including, but not limited to, games, TV series, films, toys, and even comic books. For Archie's Sonic the Hedgehog comic series specifically, as relevant to the legal case, the following mandates in effect were. And even then, there's clearly a top part to this that may. I'm gonna get back to that. I just wanna. Maybe limited characters. Let's get this part. I wanna make sure. Yeah, all, like this is what I was getting at. All this started with Sonic Chronicles of Dark Brotherhood as far as the games are concerned. At best, you could say that. At best, you could say that Sega may have had a few mandates on the fact that, well, you can't use. Just make sure if basically, because they don't make any other echidna character. Like they haven't even attempted to do that since Brotherhood, and that's the only thing that pertains to the games as far as this lawsuit thing goes into effect. Most of this was just a crippling on the storytelling of the comics. They may mention the games and movies and stuff like that, but that doesn't. It's clear that that hasn't affected a damn thing. The only writers that have had any negative effect on this series that aren't on the Japanese side of things are fucking Pontac and Graf, as I stated before, and Sega and Iizuka's tendency to pay attention to dickheads who over exaggerate flaws of all their games, not just one. But that started with 06 primarily. People dragged on Shadow the Hedgehog, which is an actual good game for what it is. Its main flaw is that the redundancy of the scenarios of replaying them, and it could honestly use like a radar or a mini map or less enemies to kill for an objective and stuff like that. Other than that, the gameplay is just fun. But that's a whole different discussion. Let me go back to this part. Basically, these were just really restrictions on Archie, which, again, like I said, I already knew. That's really it. Sega says killed off. Sonic and Sega Switch characters were not allowed to show excessive emotion. See, this part right here that you had brought up, this goes to my point that they were trying to, like, the best way for them to not worry about copyright infringement is to make the comics more in line with the games and how the characters and the stories are told there. The comics were always different in their storytelling and the way the characters were portrayed. You know, even though there were moments. There are a lot of emotional moments in the games, but they're not. They're not like they're. It's not like how it is here in the comics. The way it's always drawn and stuff like that. The way they, you know. Even if there are only restrictions on Archie, they have a lot of influence on Sonic's portrayal to this day. No, it doesn't. 2010 was the turning point. Because if you look at all the games from during that time when this was going down, World Adventure, Sonic, the characters still are portrayed the same. What changed was just the lesser roles of certain characters because they changed up the direction of the series. We just gonna keep it to Sonic, as the playable character. Now the stories were still told by the people on the Japanese staff who had experience writing for the games, let alone as game designers. Nintendo. Bro, your case still isn't made that this has any influence. I already know it doesn't, but this only confirms even more that this has nothing to do with it. Like, I already knew a good majority of this stuff, but yeah, just getting these extra pieces of information, even with it saying that right in my face, it still doesn't mean anything. Because I'd already know the results of that, and it's nothing. Sonic Colors was being made for Nintendo consoles, and thus needed to be marketable to the audiences. That's bullshit. You wanna know why? Because Sonic has been on Nintendo consoles since Sonic Adventure 2 Battle and Sonic Advance. So I don't know where you're getting that from, bro. I really don't. And then the series didn't change up for that, so yeah, I don't know what to tell you. That was pure directional change based off of how the series is perceived, thanks to internet fucking reviewers. They paid more attention to that than fans. They didn't pay attention to the market. They paid attention to critics. And critics who have basically admitted that they don't know shit about Sonic. Pro Jared's one of the most recent examples of that, at least in the past 5 years, because that Adventure 2 review, woo, those had the marketing power of how the gaming landscape was during the time. Those had the marketing power of how the gaming landscape was during the time. During the time of the Wii, Nintendo's consoles were more marketed toward family experiences. Nintendo consoles have always been geared towards that. Besides, you could say the fucking handheld, the handheld games, more casual, more travel friendly. You could say. Again, Nintendo's always been that way. So, particularly like Nintendo of America's marketing style has always been that way. So, yeah. And well, what's more casual and family inclusive than a cartoon? A live action show that I don't know, a live action show that's on family values and stuff like that, such as that stupid ass show Full House, or that decent show The Cosby Show, or that decent show Family Matters. But well, it was more about the family and early on in Family Matters, and then it just became about Urkel after that. But that's a whole different tangent. It's funny how it brought up Urkel considering Jaleel White voiced fucking Sonic. in the Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog and the other two cartoons. Hell, as a matter of fact, you can walk into a cartoon and find a laugh somewhere, and that's probably what they thought. No, man, that's not why Colors is the way it is. Izuku wanted to play it safe, and he just. I'm just trying to tell you that 100%. That's what it is, based off of interviews, and not only that, just observing how the games have been made. Like, I'm a veteran out here, man. I know stuff. But admittedly, there's some things I don't know. So when I come across it, I analyze it, and let me get it done. And that's why I'm glad, you here, we having this discussion. So I can really go in depth with this shit. Because I knew about it, but I haven't really sat down and read all this shit. But yeah, all this is just this little mandate thing. It was specific to one supplementary bit of material, and that is the comic books, because of their dickhead vendors and that false ass fucking claim. Oh man, there's always a piece to a puzzle that doesn't show until you dig. Yeah, you'll be right. But today, that didn't happen. But at least we found out whether or not that was 100% true or not. But yeah, this is a pretty reliable source to let you know. Because I go on the site all the time, and I always double check this shit. And sometimes I already know half the information that's on here, and yeah, they're fine. Yeah, the Sonic fandom little wiki is actually on point for the vast majority of the stuff you can find on here. They do a good job of it. Just let you know. Sonic Colors was literally marketing to the same audience as Wii Sports. No. Sonic Colors is marketing to the crowd that knew dick all about Sonic, but the people that act like they do and they just settle for whatever. The crowd that's like, oh my god, this is the best Sonic game in forever. Those types. That was literally what it was for, and they ate it all up. Those exact type of people ate that shit up, and they all bought the game. And now, what do you get? Generations, which was lackluster. Even though there's fun to be had with that game, it's not much content in there, and the way the boost gameplay in of itself needs to be retired. If anything, at best, you could do what Colors did /06 and make it something you have to work towards, like you have a meter to fill up. But it's just an extension. It's just like an optional power up as opposed to a mandatory one, because well, technically, yeah, it is optional for you to boost, but not really, because eventually you're gonna have to boost. Sonic Colors is marketed toward the massive console gaming boom that came with the Wii, and thus the less experienced, more casual players that wouldn't play through a game in 8 settings or less. Bro, I'm trying to tell you. That's not what Colors was for. And the same direction that Colors had, Lost World and Forces had. Generations is the one exception. And honestly, this upcoming year, I don't know what the fuck they're gonna try and show off. I really don't, and I'm very curious. Because we need to get back to where Black Knight uh, uh, where Black Knight left off. Black Knight was the last time Sonic had his identity. And it's so beautiful. That's such a poetic thing to note because Cheryl Baikawa did that story, and that was the last one that he did. That was the last one he did before he left Sega. I think our generational gap here gives us very different perspectives. And while I understand that they needed to play a little safer, that's not the only reason Sonic Colors ended up like a cartoon party. Bro, what's the generational gap? I don't know. I mean, I'm 21, but like, that's not like I did. Like when I say like I'm big into gaming, like I analyzed a lot of that shit at the time, and especially now. Like, what you're saying is true about that time period, especially with the Wii. But I'm trying to tell you that Sonic Team's mentality at the time, let alone Sega as a publisher around that time. I grew up with the Wii. I know the group they were marketing for. I know the experience of booting your first console ever and it being a Wii. Yeah, I do too. Hey, that was, what was that, fucking going on 10? Wii came out 2006. I was 8 around that time. Yeah. And I didn't even get a Wii until maybe I was 10 years old, which was 2008. So, but even then, like, I know what you're saying, but I'm telling you that that doesn't have any correlation to what Sonic Team was thinking around that time. Particularly Iizuka, because that's when he truly became the head of Sonic Team. Like, that was when he 100% cemented that as producer and head of Sonic Team. Bro, it's 1:43. What the fuck? Deja vu. Or 2 nights ago. God dang. But I was actually out that night, so it made sense. Oh my foot. I was 8 when I got a Wii in 2010 with a copy of Sonic and the Sacred Rings. My man. Oh damn, bro, you 2 years younger than me. Why you gotta make me feel old, man? It's like bad enough when I go back to this game. Shit. What's wrong with you? My mother thought it'd be better to have a game easier for a child like me and one with more motion control says. She should just let you play fucking Wii Sports. Just do the boxing, which is my favorite game on Wii Sports to play. Oh yeah, that's a good story and good music. Some great lines from Sonic and in Japanese, you know. But the control scheme in that game is what kills it. Which is why I love Black Knight so much, because they realize, how about we just use the nunchuck? How about we use that? You know, it's there. You know, let's not discard it. It's a valuable tool. Oh man, I cannot believe it's actually 144. I didn't even pay no attention to that. But you know what, bro? You know what we're gonna do? Seems like I still got quite a bit of energy, but that's only because we've been talking. You know, I've had someone to talk with. You know, because the other people that came into the stream, you know, they was watching. You feel me? You know, they was watching and listening. The amount of older, less experienced gamers needed to be accounted for with every game, leading to rebrandings and detachments for lots of series. Well, that's very interesting tidbit of information. The thing is that didn't apply to Sonic, because most Sonic fans are that buy the games are in their 20s to 30s, and they would be classified as older gamers. But you're saying less experience, and just to point that out there with Sonic's main demographic, they all are experienced gamers, so that didn't apply to him like that. If you're saying that in reference to it, okay, you're just talking about the Wii, and I guess that's I guess that's why this is the console you'd find hooked up in the corner of a nursing home and a hospital. You can find a Wii everywhere. Yeah, you're right. But not every game on the Wii was for casuals. Not every game on the Wii was for casuals. Yeah. And that's what I was saying before. Like it being always it was the Nintendo wanted the system to be family friendly and all that mess. Nintendo of America specifically has been like that ever since. So that was just a weak argument earlier. You know, and yet, even in the states when they get some of the games from Japan, Contra and shit on the NES or SNES or whatever, those are notoriously difficult games. So there's always marketing there for different types of games, even if the main market is for casuals. And even then, casuals eventually start getting a taste for the harder games, because a lot of casual gamers, especially when you're talking about kids, if they have siblings, older siblings, they are going to be tempted to play those harder games. Believe me, as the youngest, I can attest to that. Oh wait, man. Turn it off. If you wanted to market off your game, then you can also do that. But what are you really doing on the Wii in that case? Who marketed off their game? As a matter of fact, many people that would have bought a Wii more than likely bought it because it was backwards compatible with the GameCube. That's certainly one reason that a lot of people I knew got it, because it's like, oh, we could play Smash Brothers Brawl, but you feel me, Brawl ain't as competitive. And my GameCube got sold, so I just play Melee on that. You got some gamers that are like that, you feel me? It can go a lot of ways. I mean, marketing is a fickle thing. That's why you gotta adapt. But what we're going to do, because we were talking about this, the direction of the series and stuff like that, and how would really got Sonic into the predicament he's in as of the past 10 years of harder games, indie games, pretty much any game that's labeled as a sequel, like Mega Man 9 and 10. Wait, but what are you really? I mean, there are a lot of people that emulated off the Wii. Like a lot of people, I know a lot of people that who had the money is usually like older, like gamers that were in their 20s, like their late teens to their 20s at the time. They were really on that fucking Wii shop, just buying up fucking games to emulate. So, and a lot of them happened to be harder games that were older. So I don't now, buy your premise. Those games are marketing from their product and not from the console. But in return, they're buying the console because not everyone at the, because we're talking about like pre 2014 at least, and around like 20. We talking like 2008 to 10 at least, because that's like 2008 is when like the Wii like really was, it cemented itself as like a heavy hitter on the scene, even with the 360 and the PS3. PS3 was, you know, on some, that shit was damn near to the wayside. The 360 and the Wii was where it was at. Unless you were a devoted Sony fan. You really couldn't. You realize the Wii was still trucking in 2018, right? I mean, people, yeah, I mean, there are some people that still play it, but A, can't play online, so there's no game that you play on there, and even then, the incentive to play online on the Wii is fucking low because the only game that people did was Smash Brothers. But in 2018, like, I mean, let's be honest, unless you were emulating the game or you were playing like one of the games that came out when it initially released just for nostalgia's sake. Or around, what was it, 2017? Was it 2017? No. Oh, I think, I can't remember. It was a few years ago when they disconnected the servers and everybody just hopped on just for one last time. They were still buying Wii's in relatively high rates. The Wii has a lot of great games for casual gamers. You would be correct, but this goes to your bigger point of it influencing Sega and Sonic Team, where they directed Sonic Colors, and I'm telling you, it has nothing to do with it. Now, I tell you that they probably noticed that. But here's the thing, though. They were already making games for the Wii before Sonic Colors, and I forget what the sales figure was for Sonic Colors anyway, but I'm gonna be honest with you too. They're not even worried about sales. Believe me, they're worried about criticism. Sonic Team and Sega are more worried about criticism than they are their money in regards to Sonic, because they're gonna keep pumping out Sonic no matter what. That's their main cash cow, no matter what. It don't matter what it is. They're gonna make up any loss that they have on one product off of another product in Sonic. It's just how it goes, because Sonic is the third most sold gaming franchise. Third most popular. The movie, fucking forget about it. That shit, that defeated my expectations, and that almost everybody's expectations on how much it would have made. So believe me when I tell you, with Sonic, as far as Sonic is concerned, is criticism over money with them ever since the quote Dark Age. Sonic was sharing a market with Mario, and thus they didn't want to fight with Mario, because having a character that feels like an extension of Mario even a little bit means you have that whole group of people playing your game. I mean, Sonic was sharing a market with Mario before Sega discontinued the Dreamcast. I mean, that's always been the case. Before they were competing, they've been sharing since the discontinuation of the Dreamcast. So, and it hasn't hurt Sonic at all. But again, what hurt him was the influence of a public opinion more than anything. If you're having a lot of newer gamers playing their first Sonic game and it feels like a game they were playing and they like it and they like the story because it's funny to them, then you get some committed players. But those players don't stay around for that long unless they say, oh, I want to play more of these games. And then they go back to the older games and then they see a complete disconnect. Oh, this is different from when I played. And I wager most of them actually end up liking what came before than what they initially played. And some may just have liked what they initially played more than what they went back to play and realized, oh, shit. I don't really like this. I'll just play another series or just play more of the Sonic Color type games. But with Sonic, and Izuku's problem is that he's trying to appeal to everyone, though. That's the thing. That's another thing to add to that. But I'm just saying what spawned it was merely the fear of doing what they did before because one game got panned and damn near killed the franchise, it seemed at the time. One game got so ridiculously panned. Shadow the Hedgehog got panned for illegitimate reasons in a lot of cases. But Sonic 06 damn near sealed the deal. And the fact that, like, just one game, shit. One game and y'all already turn on this like that. Yeah. That's something else. But what I was about to say was we about to watch a video, at least half of it, because even though I ain't got shit to do tomorrow, I did not know I was going to be up to like fucking 2 tonight. I did not. Alright, bet. Well, then I guess we'll do it tomorrow, because... Yeah, we'll do it tomorrow. Seems like you say you about to dip, and it gives me an excuse to end the stream. We're going on for 7 hours in just a few seconds. Shit, I may just let it run its course until we hit the 7-hour mark. Alright, bro.